Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep.
We'd camped at this spot at least 3 or 4 times before, always drawn by its isolated beauty. It was a hidden gem, far from the crowded campsites that attracted noisy families and groups of weekend partiers. Instead, this place offered something precious: silence, solitude, and the raw serenity of untouched nature. It was exactly the kind of escape we needed to shake off the stress and chaos of everyday life. When we arrived, it was already late afternoon. Golden sunlight filtered gently through the tall trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The air smelled fresh and earthy, like pine needles and wet soil after rain. We set up our small 2-person tent in the usual spot, near a clearing with an old stone fire pit. It was the same routine as always: unfolding sleeping bags, unpacking food supplies, gathering dry wood for a fire. Everything seemed completely normal, perfect even. Yet somehow something felt off this time. It wasn't anything obvious, just an unsettling feeling in my gut. I glanced over at Emma, my girlfriend, and saw a faint flicker of unease cross her face too. Though neither of us mentioned it, we silently agreed to brush it off. It was probably just the fatigue from a long drive, nothing more. As the sun began to set, the forest around us slowly transformed. Familiar shapes blurred into shadows, and the tranquil atmosphere we loved so much suddenly felt a little less comforting. Still, we started a small fire, cooked a quick meal of hot dogs and beans, and talked softly, mostly about nothing important. Our conversation drifted lazily as darkness settled in, punctuated only by the gentle crackle of flames and the occasional hoot of an owl somewhere deeper in the woods. Around 11 o'clock, we finally crawled into our tent, zipping it shut behind us and slipping into our sleeping bags. I remember thinking how strange it was that the normal peace of the forest suddenly felt heavy and oppressive, like the silence itself was listening. I must have dozed off briefly because I woke up suddenly to a noise, a faint rustling sound coming from somewhere just outside the tent. At first, I assumed it was just an animal wandering around, maybe a raccoon or squirrel. But as I lay there, still and silent, the sound became clearer. It wasn't random movements. It was steady, deliberate footsteps, pacing slowly around our campsite. "Emma," I whispered, gently nudging her shoulder. She stirred sleepily at first, but then tensed up immediately when she heard the sound too. "What is it?" she whispered back, her voice strained. "I don't know," I murmured, trying not to let fear creep into my voice. "Maybe just a deer or something." But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. Animals moved erratically, pausing, sniffing the ground. These footsteps were methodical, like a human carefully placing one foot in front of the other. Emma sat up slightly, holding her breath as we both listened. After a few tense minutes, the footsteps stopped. Silence returned, but not the comfortable kind we usually enjoyed. This silence felt charged, full of unseen eyes watching us. Against my better judgment, I slowly unzipped the tent and peered out into the darkness. The fire had nearly burned down to embers, barely lighting the area around it. The trees stood motionless, their branches forming dark shapes against the starlit sky. Nothing moved. No animals, no people, just emptiness. I stepped outside cautiously, my bare feet cold against the dew-covered grass. I scanned the perimeter, expecting to see something or someone hiding in the shadows, but there was nothing. "See anything?" Emma whispered nervously from inside the tent. "No, it's clear," I replied softly, forcing confidence into my voice. Probably just my imagination. I returned to the tent, zipped it shut, and tried to relax, but sleep didn't come easily. My mind kept replaying the sound of footsteps, the image of the darkened woods around our campsite, and that nagging sensation that someone or something had been there, watching us. Somehow, we drifted off again, only to wake once more a couple of hours later. This time the disturbance was different. Whispers. Quiet, indistinct whispers floating through the air from somewhere nearby. I couldn't make out words exactly, just the muffled sound of voices, gentle and persistent, as if a conversation were taking place just beyond our tent walls. My heart began to pound harder in my chest. Emma grabbed my hand tightly, squeezing it to the point of discomfort. Neither of us dared to speak or move, afraid that whoever or whatever was outside might hear us. The whispering continued for a few minutes, then abruptly stopped, leaving us with nothing but the sound of our own panicked breathing. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me again. I carefully unzipped the tent, just a few inches, and peeked outside. At first, everything looked the same as before, stillness and shadows, but as my eyes adjusted, I caught sight of something by the dying embers of the campfire. Standing there was the faint outline of a figure, barely illuminated by the fading glow. It was a man dressed in clothing that seemed strangely outdated, like something a hunter or trapper might wear long ago. He stood motionless, facing away from the tent, looking down into the fire pit. "Hey," I called softly, trying to sound casual despite the fear rising within me. "You okay out there?" The figure didn't move at first, as if he hadn't heard me. Then, very slowly, his head turned slightly toward the tent. For just a brief moment, his face was visible, a pale, expressionless face partially hidden beneath the brim of an old hat. Emma gasped softly beside me, gripping my arm harder. But before I could speak again, the figure stepped back into the shadows of the trees, silently disappearing from view. I quickly crawled out of the tent, shining a flashlight into the woods, desperately searching for any sign of the man. But he was gone, completely vanished, leaving behind no footprints, no noise, nothing. Just emptiness and silence, as if he'd never been there at all. "What was that?" Emma asked shakily, her voice barely audible. I don't know," I answered honestly, my own voice trembling now. "Maybe it was just a trick of the light." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. We both knew we'd seen something standing by our fire, watching us. Sleep was impossible after that. We sat awake, huddled together inside the tent, waiting anxiously for dawn, listening for sounds we prayed wouldn't return. The woods around us felt alive with unseen eyes, filled with the presence of something we couldn't understand. As daylight finally broke, revealing the familiar shapes of trees and rocks around us, we emerged from the tent, relieved but shaken. And that's when we saw them objects scattered around the fire pit, partially buried in dirt and leaves. Rusty tools, an old knife, fragments of pottery, things that hadn't been there yesterday, things someone or something had left for us to find. We stood there silently, just staring at the strange assortment of old objects scattered around our campsite. Rusted metal tools, a chipped ceramic plate, a knife so worn by time it was barely recognizable. None of these things had been here yesterday. Yet somehow they had appeared overnight, half buried around our fire pit, waiting patiently for us to notice them. Emma bent down cautiously, her eyes wide as she brushed dirt from a piece of metal protruding from the ground. She lifted it carefully, revealing a small rusted hatchet. The wooden handle had long since rotted away, leaving only the corroded head pitted and worn. It looked ancient, far older than anything I'd expect to find abandoned out here. "Where did this stuff come from?" she whispered, her voice tight with anxiety. "There's no way we could have missed it yesterday, right?" "No way," I said, trying to sound reassuring but failing miserably. I kneeled beside her, examining the objects more closely. They weren't just old, they seemed deliberately placed, almost arranged in a crude circle around the fire pit. My stomach twisted into a knot, unease settling deeper within me. Someone or something had been here while we slept, silently moving around our tent, placing these artifacts carefully for us to discover. "Maybe someone's playing a sick prank," Emma suggested nervously, though even she didn't seem convinced. "Who would do something like this, though?" I replied, shaking my head. "We're miles from anyone else. There's no other campsites near here." Emma didn't respond, just stared down at the objects with an expression somewhere between fascination and dread. I stood back up, scanning the tree line cautiously. The woods appeared perfectly normal in daylight, the early morning sun casting gentle beams of light through the branches. But beneath that calm exterior, something still felt deeply wrong. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, watching us intently, waiting to see what we'd do next. "We should pack up and leave," Emma finally said, breaking the tense silence. "I don't think we should stay another night." I hesitated, torn between agreeing with her and wanting to convince myself we were both overreacting. After all, nothing had actually happened to us, not directly, anyway. But deep down, I knew she was right. Something here wasn't natural or safe, and the longer we stayed, the more likely we'd discover exactly what that something was. "Let's at least get our stuff ready," I finally agreed. "We can decide for sure once we're packed." Emma nodded silently, clearly relieved. We moved quickly, rolling up our sleeping bags, collapsing the tent, and gathering our belongings. As we worked, I couldn't shake the sensation that we were being watched, eyes following our every movement from just beyond the shadows. Every now and then, I glanced nervously into the trees, half expecting to see the mysterious figure from the night before standing there again, observing silently from the distance. As we loaded the gear into our car, I suddenly realized how quiet it had gotten around us. The usual sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and insects humming had faded away completely, replaced by an eerie stillness that seemed almost unnatural. I paused for a moment, listening intently, but heard nothing. No wind, no animals, just silence. "Emma, listen," I whispered, my voice barely audible. She stopped what she was doing and stood beside me, her eyes widening as she noticed it too. "It's too quiet," she murmured nervously, like everything just stopped. We stood frozen for several tense moments, straining our ears for any sound that might break the oppressive silence. Then, just as suddenly as it had disappeared, the silence was shattered by a soft rustling noise coming from behind us, near the edge of our campsite. We spun around quickly, hearts racing, eyes darting frantically toward the source of the sound. At first, I saw nothing, just empty woods and shadows. But then, barely visible through the branches, I caught a glimpse of movement, a fleeting shape slipping silently between trees. "Did you see that?" Emma asked urgently, grabbing my arm tightly. I nodded quickly, pulse pounding in my ears. Someone's out there. We stood motionless, staring into the trees, holding our breath. Seconds stretched into agonizing minutes, but nothing else moved. No more sounds, no more shadows, just stillness again, leaving us questioning if we'd seen anything at all. "Maybe it was just an animal," Emma suggested weakly, though neither of us truly believed it. "Maybe," I said, unable to keep the doubt from my voice. "But let's finish loading up fast. I don't want to stick around to find out." We resumed our task, moving quicker now, driven by urgency and fear. Just as we finished packing our gear, ready to climb into the car and leave this unsettling place behind, I heard a faint whisper, drifting softly through the trees toward us. Emma froze beside me, eyes wide with panic as she clearly heard it too. The whispers grew louder, closer, overlapping each other in a quiet chorus of indistinct voices. It felt like they surrounded us, echoing gently through the air, coming from every direction at once. "Get in the car," I shouted, panic taking hold completely. We rushed toward the vehicle, hearts pounding, adrenaline surging. But just as I reached the driver's door, I glanced back toward the campsite, and my blood turned to ice. The figure was back. He stood at the edge of our clearing, perfectly still, partially obscured by shadows, but unmistakably the same man from the night before. His clothing was worn and ragged, face hidden beneath the wide brim of his hat. This time he stared directly at us, unmoving, silent. Emma followed my gaze, gasping in fear as she saw him too. "Who are you?" I shouted, my voice trembling. "What do you want?" The figure didn't answer. Instead, he slowly raised his arm, pointing toward the spot where we had found the old artifacts earlier that morning. He stood motionless, as if waiting for us to understand something important. "Just get in," Emma whispered desperately, tugging at my sleeve. I hesitated briefly, eyes locked onto the mysterious figure. But before I could move, he turned and stepped silently back into the shadows, disappearing completely from view. We climbed quickly into the car, locking doors behind us, breathless and shaken. As we drove away from the campsite, leaving the strange objects and eerie events behind, a single thought echoed relentlessly in my mind: whoever or whatever that man was, he hadn't been trying to harm us, at least not yet. He had been trying to show us something buried and forgotten, hidden beneath layers of earth and memory, waiting patiently for someone to uncover its secrets. As our car sped down the rough dirt road away from the haunted campground, I knew one thing with chilling certainty: we hadn't escaped whatever was happening here. It was only just beginning. The drive out of the campground was quiet, almost suffocating. Neither of us spoke for the first 20 minutes. It felt like words couldn't adequately describe the unsettling events we'd just experienced. Emma sat rigidly in the passenger seat, staring blankly ahead, her fingers twisting nervously in her lap. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white, keeping my eyes fixed on the narrow dirt road winding through the dense woods, trying not to imagine seeing that mysterious figure again among the trees. Eventually, once we hit the main highway and the surroundings became more familiar, Emma finally broke the silence. "What do you think he was trying to show us?" she asked quietly, her voice shaky with anxiety. "Those old things buried by the fire, he kept pointing at them." "I don't know," I admitted honestly, glancing at her quickly before returning my gaze to the road. Maybe something happened out there a long time ago, something bad enough to leave a mark. She nodded slightly, biting her lip thoughtfully. "Do you think we should tell someone, like the rangers or the police?" I hesitated. Would they even believe us? We barely believed ourselves, and we'd been there. "Maybe," I said finally. "But what would we even say? That we saw a ghost or something? I'm not sure anyone would take us seriously." She sighed heavily, clearly frustrated by the lack of answers. "So what now? Do we just pretend none of this ever happened?" "Honestly, I wish we could," I said grimly, glancing at her again. "But I don't think it's going to be that easy." We drove the rest of the way home in uncomfortable silence, each lost in our own thoughts. By the time we reached our small suburban house, the sun had dipped low on the horizon, bathing everything in shades of deep orange and pink. But the comforting sight of our familiar home did little to ease the lingering dread that had settled inside me. Whatever we'd encountered in those woods, I had a feeling it wouldn't simply vanish because we'd left the campsite. That night, sleep didn't come easily for either of us. We lay awake, listening to the quiet creaks and groans of the house, constantly questioning whether each sound was harmless or something more sinister. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, pulling me into a restless sleep filled with uneasy dreams. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight streamed cheerfully through our bedroom window, making the previous day's events seem distant and unreal, like some half-remembered nightmare. But as we settled back into our daily routines over the next few days, strange little things began happening around our home, nothing obvious or threatening, just subtle oddities that gradually eroded any sense of normalcy or safety. Small objects would disappear, only to reappear later in places neither of us remembered putting them. Doors we were certain we'd closed would somehow be ajar when we returned to a room, and at night, faint whispers would drift through the silence, barely audible but undeniably present. Emma and I rarely discussed these occurrences at first, each silently hoping the other hadn't noticed. But soon, the cumulative weight of all those minor disturbances became impossible to ignore or explain away. One evening, after finding the kitchen cabinet inexplicably wide open again, Emma finally turned to me with frustration and fear in her eyes. "It's happening here now, isn't it?" she asked quietly, her voice tight with anxiety. "Whatever was out there at the campsite, it followed us home." I hesitated, not wanting to admit what I'd already started to suspect myself. But she was right. The evidence was undeniable. "I think so," I replied softly, reaching out to gently squeeze her hand. "I'm so sorry, Emma. I never thought anything like this could happen." She squeezed back tightly, determination mixing with the fear in her expression. "We need to figure out why," she said firmly. "Maybe if we can understand what's going on, we can make it stop." The next day, driven by a sense of urgency and desperation, we began researching the campground and surrounding area, hoping to uncover clues or historical records that might explain our experiences. It wasn't easy. Our secluded spot wasn't listed on any official websites or maps, and it took hours of digging through local history forums and digital archives before we finally found something promising. Buried deep within an old newspaper article from nearly 70 years ago was a brief mention of a hunter named Samuel Thornton, who'd gone missing in the woods surrounding our campsite and was never found. According to the article, Samuel had been camping alone when he vanished, leaving behind his gear and a smoldering campfire. Despite an extensive search, no trace of him was ever discovered. My heart raced as I read the short piece, immediately convinced we'd found the identity of the mysterious figure haunting us. I showed Emma the article, watching her eyes widen in shock and recognition. "It's him," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Samuel Thornton, that has to be him." "But why?" I asked quietly, feeling both relief and renewed confusion. "Why would his spirit or whatever it is follow us?" Emma frowned thoughtfully, rereading the article carefully. "It says he disappeared without a trace. Maybe he's trying to tell us what happened to him, or show us something about his disappearance." I nodded slowly, the pieces beginning to fit together. The artifacts around our fire pit, maybe he was guiding us towards something. Maybe there's more evidence out there, clues that could finally solve the mystery of what happened to him. Emma looked at me uncertainly, clearly torn between wanting to help and fearing further encounters. "Do you think we should go back?" The question hung heavily between us. The idea of returning to the haunted campground filled me with dread, but the thought of continuing to live with these unexplained disturbances felt equally unbearable. If going back meant putting this to rest, maybe it was worth facing our fears head on. "I think we have to," I said finally, my voice steady despite my unease. "We won't find answers anywhere else." We spent the next few days preparing carefully, gathering equipment, researching outdoor survival tips, and mentally steeling ourselves for the return journey. By the time we finally set out again toward the remote campsite, I felt a strange combination of determination and apprehension, like we were being pulled inexorably toward something inevitable and significant. As we drove deeper into the woods, retracing our path along the narrow dirt road, I glanced over at Emma and saw mirrored in her expression the same quiet resolve I felt. We didn't know exactly what we'd find waiting for us this time, but we knew one thing for certain: we couldn't turn back now. When we finally arrived at the familiar clearing, our campsite appeared undisturbed, at least at first glance. But stepping out of the car, I immediately sensed the heavy presence that had enveloped us before. It felt as though the forest itself had been patiently waiting, expecting our return. And just as we began unloading our gear, a faint whisper drifted toward us from somewhere deep within the trees, a gentle voice carried softly on the wind. "You're here," it murmured quietly. "You came back." My pulse quickened, adrenaline surging as Emma and I exchanged a nervous glance. Samuel Thornton was here again, watching and waiting, ready at last to share whatever secrets he'd kept hidden all these years. The whisper faded gently into silence, but the words echoed persistently inside my head. "You're here. You came back." Emma stood rigid beside me, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anticipation. We exchanged a glance, neither of us daring to speak yet. The familiar clearing around our campsite seemed both comforting and sinister at once, like returning to a place that no longer felt safe or welcoming. We finished unloading our gear in silence, both hyper-aware of every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs beneath our feet. This time, there was no playful banter or cheerful chatter as we set up camp. Instead, we moved quietly and quickly, driven by a sense of urgency that made our movements sharp and deliberate. The sun dipped lower toward the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees and deepening the sense of unease I felt growing steadily inside me. Once we'd set up the tent and started a small fire, we sat beside it, staring quietly into the flames as they crackled softly. Neither of us seemed willing to be the first to break the silence, as if speaking might shatter the fragile peace we'd managed to carve out for ourselves. But we both knew the peace wouldn't last. Whatever presence had greeted us upon our return wouldn't remain quiet or hidden for long. As darkness crept slowly across the clearing, wrapping everything in shades of gray and black, I felt my pulse quicken again, adrenaline tingling in my fingertips. Finally, Emma spoke, her voice quiet but firm. "If Samuel Thornton really is trying to show us something, we have to help him. Maybe it's the only way he'll leave us alone." I nodded slowly, unable to deny the logic in her words. "You're right, but where do we start?" Emma glanced toward the fire pit, where we'd first discovered the strange artifacts. "He kept pointing there," she said softly. "Maybe we missed something." We stood up slowly, approaching the fire pit together with hesitant steps. Our flashlights cut bright beams through the darkness, illuminating the patchy earth around the stone circle. Kneeling side by side, we began carefully digging with our hands, sifting gently through layers of dirt and leaves. At first, nothing unusual appeared, just more earth and small stones, but then my fingers brushed against something solid and cold beneath the surface. Heart racing, I carefully cleared away dirt, revealing a small rusted metal box, corroded with age and weathered by time. Emma leaned closer, shining her flashlight directly onto it. "Open it," she urged gently, clearly anxious but determined. Taking a deep breath, I pried the lid open with trembling hands. Inside, carefully wrapped in what remained of faded cloth, was a collection of personal belongings: a worn pocket watch with cracked glass, a small leather-bound journal nearly disintegrated with age, and a faded black-and-white photograph of a man standing proudly beside an old hunting cabin. We stared down at the objects in quiet awe. "This must have belonged to him," Emma whispered, carefully lifting the photograph from the box. "This has to be Samuel." I studied the image closely. The man in the photo looked strong and confident, smiling slightly beneath a wide-brimmed hat, the same hat worn by the mysterious figure who'd appeared near our campfire. I felt a strange pang of sadness, as if we'd uncovered something deeply personal and tragic. "Check the journal," Emma urged softly. "Maybe it has answers." I opened the fragile book carefully, the brittle pages threatening to crumble beneath my fingertips. Most of the writing had faded with time, leaving only faint traces of ink behind. But a few pages near the end remained somewhat legible, words standing out clearly despite the damage. As we read together by flashlight, Samuel Thornton's story began slowly to unfold, a series of brief, anxious entries describing increasingly strange experiences in the woods around his campsite. He wrote of feeling watched, of whispers in the night, and of a shadowy presence that seemed always just beyond the edges of his vision. The final entry sent chills racing down my spine. "I don't know what's happening anymore. Something is here with me. I feel it watching, waiting. I think it's angry. I won't sleep tonight. If anyone finds this, please leave. Get out while you still can." Emma and I stared at each other in stunned silence, the weight of Samuel's words settling heavily over us. He was experiencing the same things we are. She finally said, her voice barely audible, "He wasn't trying to scare us. He was trying to warn us." I nodded slowly, heart pounding hard against my ribs. But warn us about what? What exactly was he afraid of? Before Emma could respond, a sudden, sharp sound shattered the quiet, a snapping branch from somewhere just beyond the firelight's glow. We both spun around quickly, flashlights darting frantically through the shadows. "Who's there?" I called out loudly, trying to mask the fear rising rapidly within me. Silence answered at first, then the whispering voices returned soft, overlapping, growing louder and closer with each passing second. Panic surged through me, every muscle in my body tensed painfully. "We have to get out of here," Emma whispered urgently, grabbing my arm tightly. "Right now." But before we could move, the figure stepped slowly into the edge of our clearing, illuminated faintly by flickering firelight. Samuel Thornton stood silently, his pale face partially hidden beneath the brim of his old hat, eyes fixed intently upon us. I held my breath, heart racing as I forced myself to speak calmly. "Samuel, we found your belongings. We're trying to help you. Tell us what happened, please." He didn't move or respond at first, just stared silently. Then, slowly, he raised his hand once again, pointing deliberately into the darkness behind him, towards something hidden deep within the woods. "Follow," he whispered quietly, his voice faint but clear. "I'll show you." Emma glanced nervously at me, uncertainty etched clearly across her features. But we both knew turning back now wasn't an option. Whatever secrets lay hidden here, whatever tragedy Samuel had suffered, we owed it to him and ourselves to see this through. Taking a deep, steadying breath, I nodded firmly. "Lead the way." Samuel turned silently, stepping back into the shadows without another word. We followed carefully, flashlights slicing brightly through the darkness as we moved cautiously into the unknown. As we walked deeper into the woods, the whispering voices surrounded us completely, rising and falling in gentle waves, as if guiding us onward. Every step brought us closer to something hidden, something powerful, an answer Samuel desperately needed us to find. Eventually, Samuel stopped beside an ancient, twisted oak tree at the heart of the forest, its massive roots spread wide, sinking deep into the earth. He pointed slowly downward, indicating something buried beneath layers of soil and leaves. "Here," he murmured softly, his voice trembling slightly. "I'm here." Emma and I exchanged a brief, uneasy glance before kneeling silently beside the tree, preparing to dig once again. Whatever waited beneath the surface held answers we'd sought desperately since this ordeal began, answers about Samuel's fate, about the entity haunting these woods, and perhaps about the fate awaiting us too, if we weren't careful. As our fingers touched earth, I felt the heavy presence around us intensify, watching expectantly from the shadows. We were close now, closer than ever, to uncovering the truth hidden at the heart of this haunted campground. My fingers dug into the cold earth beneath the twisted oak tree, Emma kneeling silently beside me. The soil was damp and compact, stubbornly resisting our attempts to uncover what lay hidden below. Each handful of dirt revealed nothing at first, just more dirt, small roots, and tiny fragments of stones that scratched against our palms. But the weight of Samuel's gaze, quiet yet intense, compelled us onward. We knew without speaking that whatever waited beneath us was important, something Samuel desperately needed us to find. The whispers around us continued, softer now but constant, like a distant murmur carried on the wind. I glanced up briefly, noticing Samuel's figure still standing silently nearby, watching our progress. His pale, expressionless face remained partially obscured beneath his hat, but I felt his eyes locked onto us, filled with silent anticipation. Finally, after several tense minutes of digging, my hand brushed against something solid, a hard, uneven surface buried deeply beneath layers of soil. My heart jumped sharply. Emma saw my reaction, her eyes wide with apprehension as she leaned closer, shining her flashlight onto the spot. "Careful," she whispered urgently, watching as I carefully cleared more dirt away. Slowly, painstakingly, I revealed what was buried beneath us, a small mound of old, crumbling fabric, wrapped tightly around something solid and heavy. As we cleared the last bit of dirt, the shape became unmistakably clear. It was a set of human remains, bones wrapped loosely in what remained of decayed clothing, now barely recognizable from decades spent beneath the ground. Emma gasped sharply, pulling back instinctively. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, hands trembling as I stared at the skeletal remains lying exposed in the earth. Neither of us spoke at first. The weight of what we'd just uncovered hung heavily between us, impossible to ignore or dismiss. "This has to be Samuel," Emma finally whispered, her voice shaking. "He's been here all this time." I nodded slowly, my throat tightening painfully. Samuel Thornton had vanished from these woods nearly 70 years ago, and now, after all this time, we'd finally found him. His ghostly presence had guided us here, desperate for anyone to uncover the truth hidden beneath the twisted roots of the oak tree. We both turned slowly toward Samuel's figure, still standing quietly at the edge of the clearing. He stared silently at the uncovered remains, sadness radiating from his pale, shadowed face. "Samuel," I spoke softly, struggling to keep my voice steady, "we found you. We know what happened now. It's okay, you can rest." He didn't move at first, as if processing the gravity of the moment. Then, very slowly, he stepped forward, moving toward the spot where his earthly remains lay exposed. Emma and I watched nervously, unsure what would happen next. Samuel knelt beside the shallow grave, his form flickering slightly, becoming more transparent. He reached out gently, fingers hovering just above the bones. A profound sadness washed over his features, his shoulders slumping slightly, as if suddenly overwhelmed by the weight of decades lost. "I never wanted to frighten anyone," he finally murmured, voice faint and trembling, "but I needed someone to know, to understand. I couldn't move on, couldn't leave this place until someone found me, until someone knew the truth." Emma stepped closer, compassion overcoming her fear. "What happened, Samuel? How did you end up here?" Samuel's eyes rose to meet ours, filled with quiet sorrow. "I came here to hunt. I'd visited this place many times before, always alone, always peaceful. But that night was different. Something else was in these woods, something angry, something dark." He hesitated briefly, glancing uneasily into the surrounding shadows. "It didn't want me here. I felt its anger, its resentment, but I ignored it." I told myself it was nothing, just superstition. Then the whispers started, the footsteps circling my campsite, and before I realized the danger, it was too late. "What was it?" I asked carefully, dread twisting sharply inside me. Samuel shook his head sadly. "I don't know exactly, but whatever haunts these woods isn't human, not anymore. It feeds on fear, on loneliness and desperation. It trapped me here, isolated me, took my strength. In the end, it left me here to die alone, forgotten." His words chilled me deeply. Emma reached out instinctively, grasping my hand tightly, her fingers trembling. "But why us?" she asked gently, voice barely audible. "Why did it choose us?" Samuel's gaze softened slightly, empathy flickering across his ghostly face. "You were isolated, vulnerable just as I was. It sensed your loneliness, your stress. It saw an opportunity. But unlike me, you had each other. That bond kept you safe, protected you enough to fight back." He paused, glancing back at his remains with a bittersweet expression. "I'm sorry I had to involve you, but you were my only hope. I needed someone who could understand, who could free me from this endless cycle." Emma nodded slowly, compassion clear in her eyes. "You deserved better than this," she said softly. "We'll make sure you're remembered properly. We'll let people know the truth about what happened here." Samuel smiled faintly, genuine relief washing over him. "That's all I've ever wanted. To be remembered, to finally find peace." As he spoke, his form became more transparent, fading gently into the shadows around us. "Thank you," he murmured softly, voice fading gradually. "You gave me back my story, my dignity. Now I can rest." Within moments, Samuel was gone, leaving only silence behind. The whispers faded too, retreating into the darkness, leaving Emma and me alone beside the unearthed grave. We stood quietly for several minutes, processing everything we'd learned, the profound sadness of Samuel's fate settling heavily between us. "What now?" Emma finally asked quietly, glancing at me with weary eyes. "We call the authorities," I said firmly. "We tell them everything. Samuel deserves a proper burial, and people should know the truth about this place." Emma nodded silently, clearly relieved. Together, we carefully reburied Samuel's remains, marking the spot with a small stone cairn until authorities could arrive. By the time we finished, dawn had begun creeping over the horizon, gentle rays of sunlight filtering through the trees and chasing away lingering shadows. We packed our gear quietly, both exhausted but strangely at peace. As we climbed back into the car, leaving the haunted campground behind for the final time, a sense of closure washed gently over us. We'd faced the unknown, confronted our deepest fears, and found answers hidden beneath layers of earth and memory. Driving back toward civilization, I glanced at Emma, noticing a subtle change in her expression, a quiet strength and resilience born from what we'd experienced together. Despite everything we'd endured, or perhaps because of it, we were stronger now, connected deeply by the shared burden of Samuel Thornton's story. And though the memories of our time at the haunted campground would never truly fade, we'd learned to carry them without fear. We'd faced the darkness together and emerged stronger, wiser, and more prepared to confront whatever future challenges awaited us. The drive back home felt different this time. The oppressive heaviness we'd grown accustomed to had lifted, replaced by a profound sense of relief and clarity. Emma sat quietly beside me, her eyes focused thoughtfully on the road ahead. Though neither of us spoke immediately, it felt like there was no longer a need to fill the silence with nervous reassurances or anxious speculation. Instead, we embraced the quiet comfort of having confronted our fears and finally found closure. Once we reached cell service, we pulled off the highway and called the local sheriff's department. Explaining the situation was complicated, we told them about discovering human remains at the campsite, carefully omitting Samuel's ghostly presence, knowing they wouldn't believe us. The dispatcher assured us they'd send a deputy to meet us at a nearby gas station where we could give a formal statement. When the deputy arrived, he listened carefully, jotting down notes as we described finding the buried belongings and remains beneath the oak tree. He seemed skeptical at first, asking several pointed questions, but as we continued, our sincerity and genuine distress appeared to convince him. He assured us they'd investigate thoroughly, promising Samuel Thornton would finally get the dignity he deserved. Back home, the familiar surroundings of our house felt comforting in a way they hadn't in weeks. It was as though the lingering presence that had followed us from the campground had finally released its grip, allowing us to reclaim our lives. That night, we slept peacefully for the first time in days, unburdened by whispers or strange disturbances. In the days that followed, local authorities launched an official investigation into the site. Our discovery sparked considerable interest, prompting historians and journalists to explore Samuel Thornton's story, piecing together a clearer picture of his life and tragic disappearance. The community quickly embraced his memory, turning him into a figure of local folklore, someone to honor and remember rather than fear. One afternoon, several weeks after we'd left the campground for the final time, Emma and I received an invitation to attend a memorial service arranged by the town to properly lay Samuel to rest. We accepted without hesitation, eager for the chance to witness the peaceful closure we'd helped bring about. On the day of the memorial, we drove back toward the woods that had changed our lives so profoundly. This time, however, we weren't alone. A small group of townspeople, historians, and journalists had gathered near the entrance to the woods, along with a local minister who would preside over the ceremony. Together, we walked slowly toward the oak tree, the place where Samuel had spent decades hidden beneath the earth. Now, the area had been respectfully cleared and carefully marked with a small stone memorial bearing his name and dates. A gentle breeze rustled softly through the branches above, creating a quiet whisper that felt peaceful rather than unsettling. The minister spoke kindly about Samuel Thornton, acknowledging the mystery and tragedy of his disappearance, while honoring his life and courage. Emma reached out and squeezed my hand gently, offering silent reassurance as we listened. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd dispersed slowly, many pausing briefly to offer condolences or express gratitude for our role in uncovering Samuel's remains. Eventually, Emma and I stood alone by the memorial, quietly paying our respects. In that quiet moment, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, nothing frightening or alarming, just a soft sense of warmth and gratitude that seemed to surround us gently. Emma noticed it too, glancing at me with an understanding smile. "He finally found peace," she whispered softly, eyes glistening slightly. "He's free now." I nodded slowly, emotions tightening my throat. We did the right thing. Coming back here was the hardest decision we ever made, but it was worth it. Emma leaned her head against my shoulder, both of us silently acknowledging the strength we'd discovered within ourselves and each other. After a moment, we turned together and began the walk back toward our car, leaving the memorial behind with a sense of peace and finality. Over the following months, life gradually returned to normaler, at least something resembling normal. Emma and I talked openly about our experience, leaning on each other as we processed lingering emotions and memories. We realized that although the ordeal had been terrifying, it had also taught us something vital about ourselves: the importance of connection, courage, and facing fears head on, even when answers seemed impossible to find. Our experience had changed us, reshaping our perspective on life and strengthening the bond we shared. We learned to value our relationship more deeply, grateful for having someone to lean on during difficult times. And although the memories of our time at the haunted campground never fully faded, they no longer filled us with dread or fear. Instead, they served as reminders of our strength, resilience, and the powerful lessons we'd learned together. Almost a year after discovering Samuel's remains, Emma and I decided to return once more to the campsite, not to camp overnight, but simply to visit, pay our respects, and ensure that the peaceful energy we'd left behind was still intact. The drive felt different now, filled with quiet reflection rather than anxiety. When we arrived, the clearing appeared unchanged, calm, quiet, and serene. The fire pit, now carefully cleared and restored by the townspeople, stood neatly at the center, a testament to the community's respect for Samuel's story. We wandered quietly around the familiar area, speaking softly about our memories and the journey that had brought us here. As we stood beside the oak tree, looking down at the simple stone memorial, I felt a gentle sense of closure and satisfaction settle within me. The campground, once haunted by shadows and whispers, had become something entirely different, a place of quiet remembrance, healing, and peace. Samuel Thornton had found his rest, and in doing so had granted us a powerful gift: the courage to face our fears, the wisdom to embrace life's uncertainties, and a deeper understanding of ourselves and each other. Emma reached down and placed a single wildflower gently atop Samuel's memorial, whispering quietly, "Thank you for trusting us." Together, we stood silently for a long moment, honoring the man whose story had changed our lives so profoundly. Then, hand in hand, we turned and walked slowly back toward our car, leaving the campground behind with hearts full of gratitude and peace. As we drove away, I glanced briefly in the rear-view mirror, taking one last look at the peaceful clearing behind us. For a brief moment, I thought I saw a faint figure standing near the oak tree, a gentle, reassuring presence that felt warmly familiar. I blinked, and it was gone, leaving only sunlight and shadows dancing softly among the trees. Smiling quietly to myself, I squeezed Emma's hand gently, knowing without question that Samuel Thornton was finally at rest, and that, thanks to him, so were we. The day we moved into the new house, everything felt exactly how it was supposed to feel. It was bright, comfortable, the kind of home you'd see advertised as perfect for growing families. Suburban charm radiated from every carefully painted wall and freshly polished floorboard. The neighborhood seemed welcoming too, lined with trees, neat gardens, and the distant sounds of children laughing and dogs barking happily. At first glance, it was everything we had hoped for, a fresh start after months of searching for the right place. My husband, Mike, had just accepted a new job, and our son, Ethan, was finally old enough for school. It felt like fate had lined up perfectly. I remember thinking, with a strange confidence, that this house was exactly what we needed. How could I have known how wrong I was? The first few days passed in a whirlwind of unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, and discovering how much clutter we'd somehow accumulated. Ethan ran excitedly from room to room, delighted by the newness of everything. He chose the small bedroom at the end of the hallway, near the stairs, excitedly declaring it the best room in the house. It was only after we settled in, after the initial excitement wore off, that I started noticing the small things, odd, subtle things I first brushed off as insignificant. Like how the air always seemed colder upstairs no matter how high we turned up the heating. At first, Mike joked about the drafts, suggesting we might need to replace some insulation. But the chill felt deeper than that. It wasn't just the temperature, it was something else, something harder to explain. A lingering discomfort that seemed to follow us whenever we moved upstairs after sunset. About a week after moving in, I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The house was silent, dark, yet I felt alert, heart beating a little quicker than it should have been. I lay there, listening, unsure of why I felt so unsettled. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I heard it clearly. A quiet creaking above me, soft and deliberate, like slow footsteps crossing the attic floor. I nudged Mike gently, whispering into the dark, "Do you hear that?" He stirred sleepily, mumbling something incoherent. The footsteps stopped. A moment later they resumed, moving carefully, like someone pacing directly overhead. "Mike," I whispered again, louder this time, "someone's upstairs." He finally woke, listening with me in tense silence. The steps continued, slow, steady, unmistakable. Mike sat up, his face cautious and alert now. "Maybe it's just the house settling," he suggested quietly, but even he didn't sound convinced. "Settling doesn't sound like footsteps," I replied firmly. We both slipped out of bed, stepping softly into the hallway. The stairs to the attic were narrow, hidden behind a panel at the end of the hall. Mike opened it cautiously, revealing the dark staircase. A draft of cold air drifted down, wrapping itself around us like an icy blanket. He flicked the attic light switch. Nothing happened. "Must be blown," Mike muttered, pulling out his phone and turning on the flashlight. We climbed the stairs slowly, each creak beneath our feet unnerving in the silent darkness. When we reached the attic, Mike scanned the room with the beam of his phone's flashlight. Boxes we hadn't unpacked yet sat neatly stacked against one wall. A few forgotten possessions from the previous owners, a dusty mirror, some rusted gardening tools, old curtains lay scattered across the floor. The attic was empty, quiet. Mike sighed, visibly relieved. "See, nothing. Probably just animals on the roof." I nodded slowly, not entirely convinced but willing to believe it. We returned to bed, though sleep eluded me until morning. Something about the attic lingered in my thoughts. It felt heavy, uneasy, as if we had intruded into something hidden, something meant to remain undisturbed. The next morning at breakfast, Ethan seemed unusually quiet. He stirred his cereal absent-mindedly, glancing nervously at the corners of the kitchen. "Everything okay, buddy?" Mike asked gently, noticing his hesitation. Ethan shrugged quietly. "I saw something last night," he said softly, eyes downcast. "In my room." My heart tightened slightly. "What did you see, sweetie?" He paused, uncomfortable. It was dark, and I woke up because it felt like someone was watching me. And then, in the corner by my closet, I saw someone standing there. Mike and I exchanged a quick, worried look. "It was probably just shadows, Ethan," Mike said reassuringly. "Sometimes in new houses things look scary because they're different." Ethan shook his head stubbornly, eyes wide. "It wasn't shadows. It was a person. They were tall and dark and just stood there. But when I turned my lamp on, they disappeared." We comforted him gently, reassuring him as best we could, though worry lingered deep inside us both. After Ethan went to school, I caught Mike's troubled gaze. "Do you think he's imagining it?" I asked quietly. Mike hesitated, clearly unsure. "He's adjusting. Kids sometimes see things that aren't there." I wanted to believe that too, but something felt off. Ethan wasn't easily frightened, and he was unusually specific, but maybe Mike was right. Maybe it was just his imagination adjusting to a new environment. Over the next several nights, Ethan continued waking up scared, describing the same shadowy figures standing silently in his room, always watching, but never moving closer. Mike and I became increasingly uneasy, our reassurances less convincing even to ourselves. Then, exactly 2 weeks after moving in, I woke again to the sound of footsteps above us, heavier now, accompanied by a faint whispering noise. My blood chilled immediately, fear gripping me tightly. "Mike," I whispered urgently, shaking him awake again. "They're back." He sat up quickly, listening intently. The whispers drifted down softly, too faint to make out any words. But this time there was no denying it. We weren't imagining things, and neither was Ethan. Something was upstairs, something that moved quietly, watching and waiting in the dark. And whatever it wasn't just passing through. It had made itself at home. Mike and I stood frozen in the hallway, straining to listen as the whispering upstairs gradually faded into an unsettling silence. My heart thumped painfully in my chest, and the quiet that followed felt heavy, almost unnatural. Mike's face had gone pale, his earlier skepticism replaced now by quiet dread. "We need to find out what's going on," he finally whispered, his voice strained but steady. We moved cautiously back toward Ethan's room, peering inside to find him sitting upright in bed, eyes wide with fear. He'd clearly heard the same whispers we had. "Dad, Mom," Ethan murmured, his voice barely audible. "I heard voices. They sounded angry." Mike stepped forward quickly, sitting on the edge of Ethan's bed and pulling him gently into a reassuring hug. "We heard them too, buddy," Mike said softly, doing his best to sound comforting despite his unease. "We're going to figure it out, okay?" Ethan nodded slowly, though the fear in his eyes lingered. I reached over, squeezing his hand gently. "Do you want to sleep in our room tonight?" He nodded immediately, relief evident on his young face. We took him back to our bedroom, leaving a small lamp turned on to chase away the darkness. Ethan soon drifted into an uneasy sleep between us, but Mike and I lay awake, exchanging worried glances across our sleeping son. "We can't ignore this anymore," Mike finally whispered, his voice tight. "Tomorrow, we search the attic properly. There has to be something causing this." I agreed without hesitation. Rationally, I knew there had to be an explanation. Houses creaked, pipes groaned, and kids had nightmares. But this felt different. The whispers had sounded far too real, too deliberate. The footsteps too clear. Something was happening in our house, and ignoring it wasn't an option anymore. The next morning came slowly. Exhausted but determined, Mike and I decided not to send Ethan to school. Instead, we called in sick to work, intent on uncovering the source of the disturbances. After breakfast, we made our way upstairs to the attic once again, flashlights in hand, and Ethan trailing anxiously behind us. In the daylight, the attic seemed ordinary, even mundane. Dust danced lazily in beams of sunlight filtering through small gaps in the old wooden boards. But my eyes scanned carefully, desperate to notice something we'd missed before. Mike began tapping gently on the walls, pressing and searching for hidden spaces or passages, while Ethan stood quietly beside me, gripping my hand tightly. We searched meticulously, finding nothing unusual until Mike stepped back suddenly, a puzzled look crossing his face. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice cautious. I moved closer, listening intently as Mike tapped the floorboards again. The sound was hollow beneath our feet, different from the rest of the attic. "There's something here," Mike said slowly, excitement and unease mixing in his tone. He knelt, feeling along the edges of the floorboards, and eventually found a thin gap. Carefully, he pried upward, revealing a hidden trapdoor set into the floor. My breath caught sharply. How did we miss this before? Mike shook his head slightly, pulling the trapdoor fully open. A rush of cold air surged upward, sending chills racing along my skin. Below was darkness, and from somewhere deep inside, a strange, musty smell rose slowly. "What is that?" Ethan whispered fearfully, holding my hand tighter. Mike shone the flashlight downward, illuminating a narrow set of wooden stairs descending into a hidden chamber beneath the attic floor. My heartbeat quickened as I stared into the darkness. "I need to see what's down there," Mike said cautiously, clearly nervous but determined. "Stay here." I hesitated, torn between staying with Ethan and following Mike. Ethan's face had turned pale, his eyes wide with anxiety. I knelt beside him gently. "We'll stay right here, okay?" I reassured him, squeezing his shoulder. "Dad's just going to make sure it's safe." Mike descended slowly into the hidden space, the wooden steps creaking loudly beneath his weight. Ethan and I waited nervously, the seconds stretching into tense minutes. Suddenly, Mike's voice drifted upward from the darkness below. "There's something down here. You both need to see this." Reluctantly, Ethan and I descended carefully into the hidden room, hearts pounding. The air was colder, heavier here, filled with the scent of damp earth and decay. Mike stood near the far wall, holding something carefully in his hands. As we approached, I saw clearly what it was, an old book, thick with dust and age. "This was just sitting here," Mike whispered incredulously, "right on the floor." "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, as though speaking louder might disturb something hidden within these walls. Mike opened the book carefully, turning the yellowed pages slowly. Ethan huddled close beside me, peering anxiously over Mike's shoulder. The handwriting inside was cramped, almost illegible, written in faded ink. As Mike skimmed the pages, his expression shifted from confusion to concern. "It's like a diary or journal," he explained quietly, "written a long time ago. Whoever wrote it talks about the house, the land it was built on, something about rituals, ceremonies, people who lived here long before there were any houses." My chest tightened uncomfortably. "What kind of rituals?" Mike hesitated, flipping through more pages. "It mentions spirits trapped here, tormented souls who can't leave. Says they come out at night, whispering to whoever lives in the house, trying to communicate." A chill raced through me again. Ethan moved closer, pressing into my side nervously. "That's who I saw," he whispered softly. "The shadows in my room." Mike glanced at Ethan worriedly, then back down at the book. "It describes the rituals as something dark, meant to bind these spirits to the land. It says they're trapped in a cycle, unable to move on." "What can we do?" I asked quietly, desperation edging into my voice. Mike shook his head, clearly uncertain. "I don't know. There are pages missing, like someone tore parts out. But whatever happened here, it's not something simple. This isn't just an old ghost story." We climbed slowly out of the hidden room, closing the trapdoor carefully. The rest of the day passed quietly, but anxiety lingered heavily over us. Ethan slept in our bed again that night, all of us waiting nervously for the whispers or footsteps to return. But the night stayed silent, almost expectant, as though the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something else to happen. As I lay awake, staring into the darkness, I couldn't help but wonder what we had truly awakened beneath our home. One thing felt terrifyingly clear. The shadows Ethan saw, the whispers and footsteps, they weren't figments of our imagination. They were real, and they had been here far longer than we had, trapped, restless, and desperate to be heard. After finding that hidden room and the old journal beneath the attic floor, nothing in our house felt the same anymore. Mike tried to downplay his anxiety, acting calm for Ethan's sake, but I could sense the quiet tension building inside him. As for me, I felt an unshakable chill that lingered constantly, even in daylight. It wasn't just fear, it was the certainty that something was here with us, hidden and watching. The journal Mike had found became an obsession. Each night, after Ethan was asleep, Mike and I sat quietly in the kitchen, poring over the brittle, yellowed pages under the dim glow of the overhead lights. We read slowly, carefully, trying to decipher the faded handwriting and cryptic descriptions of rituals and hauntings. Much of it seemed incomplete, the details lost to damaged pages, but what we could read made it clear that whatever happened here had scarred the land deeply. The people who wrote this, Mike said softly one night, believed they could trap spirits here to harness some kind of energy. It sounds crazy, but that's what they're describing. Energy for what? I asked nervously, sipping coffee that had gone cold an hour before. He shook his head slowly. It doesn't say, but they believed these rituals would bind souls here, prevent them from moving on, like an endless cycle of torment. It's awful. I shivered involuntarily. Could that really be what's happening? Are there actual spirits trapped in this house? Mike looked deeply troubled. I don't know, but Ethan sees them and we both heard the whispers. Maybe something stayed behind, trapped here because of what happened. Our conversation was suddenly interrupted by a quiet sound from Ethan's room. We both glanced toward the hallway nervously, waiting for another noise. Silence stretched heavily until a soft sob broke through. "Ethan," I whispered, fear clutching my heart again. We hurried to his room to find him sitting up in bed, crying softly. "Buddy, what happened?" Mike asked gently, sitting beside him. Ethan's eyes were wide, filled with tears and panic. "They came back," he whispered shakily. "The shadows. They stood around my bed, whispering things to me." I felt sick with worry, stroking his hair gently. "What did they say, Ethan?" He hesitated, clearly frightened. "They said they're trapped here, that someone hurt them a long time ago, and they're angry. They said they want me to help them." Mike and I exchanged anxious glances, realizing Ethan was no longer just afraid he was involved. Something about him made these spirits feel safe enough to reach out. "Help them how?" Mike asked cautiously. Ethan looked down nervously, tears running down his cheeks. "I don't know. They didn't say. They just sounded so sad and angry, like they're hurting." I hugged Ethan tightly, reassuring him gently until he finally fell back asleep. Mike and I returned to our room, neither of us speaking at first. Finally, Mike sighed heavily. "This is getting serious," he murmured quietly. "We can't just pretend it's nothing. If Ethan is actually talking to these spirits, we need to find a way to stop it." "Maybe they're not trying to hurt him," I offered hesitantly. "Maybe they're desperate, trapped, What if Ethan can actually help? Mike shook his head, deeply worried. We can't let Ethan get involved. We have no idea what these things really want, what they're capable of. But as much as I understood Mike's fears, something inside me believed Ethan. I'd heard the sadness in his voice, the earnestness. If these were truly trapped spirits, then maybe they didn't mean harm, maybe they needed release. Days passed, each one feeling longer than the last. Ethan grew quieter, more withdrawn, as though carrying a secret burden he couldn't fully share. Mike and I debated endlessly about leaving the house, but the thought of abandoning everything felt overwhelming. Besides, what if the problem wasn't the house itself, but something deeper, something tied to Ethan? One evening, nearly 2 weeks after discovering the hidden room, Ethan approached me quietly while Mike was busy in the garage. His eyes were serious, determined. "They keep coming back, Mom," he whispered urgently. "Every night now. They're asking me to do something, but I'm scared." My chest tightened painfully. "What do they want, Ethan?" He hesitated, looking down nervously. "They want me to go down to that hidden room under the attic again. They say there's something important there, something they can't reach themselves." Fear surged through me instantly. "Ethan, we can't go back there. It's not safe." Ethan's eyes pleaded desperately. "But if we don't help, they'll never leave. They'll always be here. They said so." I knelt in front of him, holding his shoulders gently. "How do you know they're telling the truth?" He shook his head helplessly. "I just do. They're scared too. They're hurting, Mom. They just want it to stop." Seeing Ethan's sincerity, I felt torn. Instinct screamed at me to keep him safe, away from whatever waited in that hidden room. But another part of Meth apart that saw Ethan's anguish and believed these spirits truly needed help felt differently. That night, after Mike fell asleep, I lay awake, thinking it through. Eventually, I made a decision. Early the next morning, while Mike was out briefly, Ethan and I climbed quietly back into the attic, moving quickly to the hidden trap door. My heart raced anxiously as we descended the steps carefully. The room below felt colder than ever, shadows heavy around us. Ethan moved without hesitation, crossing the floor and pausing at the far wall, where a loose panel stood slightly ajar, something we hadn't noticed before. He reached inside cautiously, pulling out a small wooden box covered in dust. Carefully, we opened it together, revealing old photographs, letters, and newspaper clippings. Each one documented tragedies linked to the house: missing children, mysterious deaths, disappearances stretching back generations. My stomach twisted painfully, dread rising sharply. The last newspaper article described a family whose young son had disappeared mysteriously in the home decades earlier. His bedroom was the same one Ethan now occupied. The family moved away afterward, haunted by grief. Ethan stared at the photo silently, recognition clear on his face. "That's him," he whispered, pointing to the young boy smiling sadly from the faded photograph. "He's one of them. He talked to me last night." A wave of sorrow filled me. These spirits weren't just shadows, they were once people, lost souls trapped in an endless cycle. I finally understood why Ethan had connected so deeply. They saw themselves in him. As we climbed out of the hidden room, box in hand, I knew one thing with certainty: we had stumbled into something far deeper and darker than we ever imagined. But perhaps by understanding these lost souls, we could finally help free them. One thing was clear: the whispers, the footsteps, and the shadows weren't meant to scare us. They were cries for help, echoes from the past begging to be heard. And as terrifying as it was, Ethan had become their messenger. When Mike returned home that morning, Ethan and I were sitting at the kitchen table, the small wooden box resting in front of us. Mike's eyes immediately noticed the tension in the room, his gaze drifting cautiously from the box to Ethan and then to me. "What's going on?" he asked quietly, suspicion clear in his voice. I took a deep breath, steadying myself before speaking. "We went back to the hidden room," I admitted softly, watching Mike's expression carefully. His face hardened slightly, worry shadowing his eyes. "We agreed not to go down there again," he said, frustration clear in his voice. "Especially not without me." "I know," I replied gently, understanding his anger. But Ethan was certain there was something important there, and he was right. Mike hesitated, curiosity battling his frustration. He moved closer, peering cautiously into the open box on the table. Carefully, he lifted out the old photographs, the newspaper clippings, his expression darkening as he took in the tragic histories they contained. "All these people," Mike murmured, clearly disturbed. "These families, they all lived in this house?" I nodded solemnly. "Every one of them, and each experienced lost children disappearing, family members dying suddenly, all without explanation." Mike shook his head slowly, disbelief warring with concern. "This doesn't make any sense. How could all this have been kept quiet?" Ethan shifted anxiously beside me, his young face pale. "They told me they're stuck here because of what happened to them. They can't leave, Dad. They need help." Mike looked at Ethan, his expression softening immediately. "Buddy, I believe you. I do. But we don't know how to help them. This is something beyond us." Ethan looked down nervously, tears welling in his eyes. "But we have to try. If we don't, they'll always be here, hurting. Please, Dad." Mike's face filled with conflict, worry etched deeply into his features. After a long silence, he finally sighed heavily. "Then we'll get help. Someone who knows more about this kind of thing. We can't face this alone." I agreed instantly, relieved that Mike was finally on board. That evening, we contacted a local historian and paranormal investigator named Sarah Mitchell, someone we'd found through cautious online research. Initially skeptical, Sarah listened patiently as we described our experiences, the hidden room, the journal, and Ethan's encounters with the spirits. "This sounds serious," she admitted finally, concern in her voice. "I've encountered similar cases, places with dark histories, where the emotional trauma is so intense that the energies remain trapped. I'd like to see the house myself." The following day, Sarah arrived at our home, her presence both comforting and deeply unsettling. As soon as she stepped inside, I saw her face shift subtly, as if sensing something invisible yet undeniable. "There's a very heavy presence here," Sarah murmured softly, walking slowly through each room. Something profound happened, multiple events, layered over generations. The air itself feels burdened. She requested to see the hidden room, and we cautiously guided her up into the attic, opening the trapdoor once more. Sarah descended quietly, her expression deeply thoughtful, as she took in the small space beneath. "This room," she finally said, speaking softly but firmly, "was clearly hidden intentionally. Whoever lived here long ago didn't want anyone discovering what they'd done. This isn't just a storage area, it's more like a vault, meant to conceal something terrible." We showed her the old journal, carefully placing it into her hands. Sarah's eyes scanned the faded handwriting intently, concern deepening her expression with every line. "These rituals described here, they're incredibly dark, meant to trap spirits and bind them to a physical location," she explained quietly. "The individuals who performed them likely believed they could harness spiritual power for personal gain, but such practices always come at a terrible cost." She turned gently toward Ethan, her gaze softening. "They've reached out to you because your energy is open and pure. You're someone who could sense their presence clearly, someone they could communicate with." Ethan listened quietly, his eyes wide but determined. "They asked me for help," he said firmly. "I have to help them." Sarah nodded carefully. "Helping them means facing the truth about what happened here. It's possible they're still suffering because the story of what was done to them has never been fully revealed. Their voices, their stories have been silenced. If we can acknowledge what happened and find a way to let them be heard, it might release them." "What do we need to do?" Mike asked cautiously, clearly uncertain but willing to trust Sarah's expertise. Sarah hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "First, we have to confront the history directly. We need to understand exactly who these spirits are, what happened to them, and why they're still here. They chose Ethan to communicate with for a reason. He's connected to them now. But it won't be easy. Revealing hidden truths can stir even more powerful responses from restless spirits." We spent the rest of the day carefully reviewing the old photographs and articles from the box, piecing together the fragmented histories. Slowly we began identifying the faces and names of those who had lived in the house before us, families whose lives had been shattered by unexplained tragedies. Each story deepened our sorrow and understanding. Ethan listened intently, recognizing many of the faces he'd seen in his room at night. That evening, Sarah prepared a simple ceremony: candles, quiet words of acknowledgement, a gentle invitation for the trapped spirits to share their truths. Mike and I felt uneasy yet hopeful, holding Ethan closely between us as Sarah spoke calmly into the still air of the attic. "Spirits who linger here, we acknowledge your pain. We invite you to share your stories, to be heard. Release the burden that binds you here. Let your truth be known." For a moment, silence filled the attic, thick and expectant. Then suddenly the candles flickered sharply, a rush of cold air sweeping through the room. Ethan gasped softly, gripping my hand tightly. "They're here," he whispered nervously. "They're all around us." Sarah spoke gently but firmly. "Show us what happened. Help us understand." The room grew colder, darker, the air charged with an unmistakable presence. And then images flashed vividly in my mind, scenes of suffering, rituals performed in secret, families grieving, souls trapped by cruelty and injustice. Tears filled my eyes, an overwhelming sorrow gripping my heart. I could see from Mike's face that he felt it too, the emotional weight of those lost souls desperately trying to communicate their suffering. And in the center stood Ethan, tears streaming down his young face, receiving their truths clearly, bravely. When the images faded, Sarah nodded gently. They've shown you their pain. Now we must share it openly. Their suffering was hidden for too long. Only when their stories are told and their pain acknowledged can they finally rest. We left the attic solemnly, carrying the weight of generations of hidden grief. But beneath that sorrow lingered hope. We now understood why Ethan had been chosen, why the spirits had reached out through him. They trusted him to free them. As night settled once again over the house, we knew our journey wasn't finished. The hardest part still lay ahead, uncovering and sharing the truth that had been hidden beneath this house for so many years. But for the first time, we saw a clear path forward. Ethan looked up at me quietly before going to bed, eyes serious but determined. "We can help them now, Mom. I know we can." I squeezed his hand gently, seeing a strength in him I hadn't realized before. "We will, Ethan, I promise." And as we closed the bedroom door behind us, I felt certain, more certain than I'd ever been, that the whispers and shadows had found the right messenger. Together, we would finally bring peace to the lost souls who had waited so long to be heard. In the days following Sarah's visit, the atmosphere in our home changed dramatically. The whispers in the night faded away, replaced instead by a heavy silence. It wasn't comforting, not exactly, but it felt as if the spirits had quieted, watching us carefully, hopeful yet uncertain. Ethan seemed calmer too, but beneath his newfound courage lingered an intensity, as if he carried a profound responsibility on his small shoulders. Sarah returned often, each visit bringing more clarity. With her help, we gradually uncovered the painful histories hidden within the house's walls. Old newspaper archives at the local library revealed the tragic stories behind each family that had lived here. Families destroyed by loss, parents driven to despair by vanished children, sudden deaths that left deep emotional scars on everyone involved. Ethan became deeply involved in the research, taking each story personally, as if he himself had suffered their losses. His empathy amazed me, but it also worried me. Mike shared my concern, gently reminding Ethan that, although he wanted to help, he shouldn't carry such sadness alone. But Ethan was resolute. "They chose me," he'd often say softly, a determination beyond his years visible in his eyes. "I need to finish this for them." One afternoon, as we sorted through records, Ethan suddenly paused, staring thoughtfully at an old black and white photograph depicting a family from many decades earlier. A boy about Ethan's age stood at the edge of the image, his smile shy, his eyes shadowed by an unspoken sadness. "He's the one I see the most," Ethan whispered quietly. "His name is Samuel. He's been here the longest. He wants me to find him." Mike and I exchanged worried glances. "Find him? Mike asked gently. You mean find out what happened to him? Ethan shook his head slowly. No, find him. Samuel said he's still here, somewhere in the house. My pulse quickened with anxiety. Ethan, that can't be right. Samuel disappeared almost 60 years ago. There's no way. Ethan interrupted, his voice firm yet gentle. He's still here, Mom, he told me. He's trapped. They hid him somewhere he can't escape. The chilling weight of his words silenced us. Sarah, sensing the seriousness, leaned forward carefully. If Samuel is reaching out to Ethan this strongly, there must be truth to what he's saying. We should trust Ethan. That night we decided to search the house thoroughly, guided by Ethan's instincts. He seemed drawn toward the basement, an area we rarely visited, cluttered with old furniture, boxes, and dust-covered relics from previous occupants. Descending into the basement felt different this time, the air colder and heavier. Mike carried a flashlight, illuminating the dark corners and cobwebbed beams above us. Ethan moved confidently ahead, stepping carefully through the maze of abandoned belongings. He's near here, Ethan murmured softly, eyes scanning the shadows. Samuel told me he was afraid down here, that he couldn't get out. He kept calling for help, but no one ever came. Mike squeezed my hand reassuringly, but the dread in his face mirrored my own. Ethan finally stopped, pointing to an old wooden shelf leaning against the far wall. Dust and cobwebs covered it thickly, undisturbed for decades. Behind there, Ethan said firmly, confidence unwavering. He's behind there. Mike carefully moved the shelf aside, revealing an old, boarded-up section of wall. Rotten wooden planks nailed hastily together concealed something deeper. My stomach churned uneasily. How could we have missed this? We carefully pried the boards away, piece by piece, each creak echoing ominously through the basement. When the last plank fell away, an old narrow doorway appeared, revealing a hidden chamber behind the wall. A cold, stale odor seeped out, and dread filled me completely. Mike shone the flashlight inside. The tiny room was empty except for a small, rusted metal bed frame in the corner, covered with decades of dust. Ethan stepped inside slowly, his breathing shallow, eyes wide with sorrow. This is where they put him, Ethan whispered, tears filling his eyes. They left him here. We stood frozen in horror, realizing the heartbreaking truth the family had hidden their own child away, locking him inside this forgotten space. Samuel had vanished not by accident, but by cruel intent. The thought of his loneliness, fear, and abandonment tore painfully at my heart. Then, as if drawn by instinct, Ethan moved toward the old bed. Carefully, he knelt down and pulled aside a loose board from the wall behind it. My heart raced with anxious anticipation. Ethan reached carefully inside, pulling out a small object wrapped in faded cloth. We gathered close, holding our breath as Ethan gently unfolded the cloth, revealing a worn, fragile toy soldier, the paint faded and chipped, clearly cherished once. Ethan cradled it gently, tears slipping down his cheeks. This was Samuel's, Ethan whispered. He wanted us to find it. He wanted someone to know he was here. At that moment, The air shifted suddenly, warmth spreading gently around us. I felt an overwhelming sense of relief and gratitude, emotions clearly not mine alone. Ethan stood silently, eyes closed, gripping the toy soldier softly. Finally, he opened his eyes, smiling faintly. "He says thank you," Ethan murmured softly. "He can leave now. He's finally free." As we left the hidden chamber and returned upstairs, a profound sense of peace settled over the house, lifting the oppressive heaviness that had lingered so long. Mike and I watched Ethan carefully, amazed and humbled by his strength, his empathy, and his courage. Over the next few days, we worked closely with Sarah, contacting local authorities and historians to reveal what had been discovered. Samuel's hidden chamber, the secret cruelty, and decades of unanswered questions finally had closure. The story became public, painful truths exposed, and old wounds began the slow process of healing. And just as Ethan promised, the spirits gradually faded away. No more whispers in the night, no more shadowy figures watching from corners. The house became a home again, bright and warm, no longer haunted by restless souls seeking understanding. One evening, weeks later, as Ethan played happily in the backyard, Mike and I watched him quietly, a deep sense of gratitude and wonder shared between us. "He's an extraordinary kid," Mike whispered softly. "I still can't believe everything he did." I nodded, tears of pride stinging my eyes. He understood things we couldn't. He trusted the spirits, believed in them when no one else did. Mike squeezed my hand gently, warmth in his smile. He saved them. He gave them peace. As twilight settled around us, Ethan ran up, laughing breathlessly, his eyes bright. Samuel said goodbye. Ethan said softly, happiness and relief in his voice. "He wanted me to tell you he's happy now." I hugged Ethan tightly, emotions filling me completely. The house that had once seemed so perfect, then so frightening, now felt like a place where healing had finally begun for us, for Ethan, and for the spirits who had suffered in silence for far too long. The darkest chapter of our lives had finally ended, but from that darkness, Ethan emerged stronger, braver, and deeply compassionate. Our son had done something incredible. He had listened when no one else could hear, seen truths hidden in shadow, and given a voice to souls who had waited patiently, desperately, for someone to notice them. In the end, it wasn't fear or darkness that defined our home. It was understanding, courage, and the incredible power of compassion. After Samuel's story became public, the house and its haunting past were no longer hidden away in darkness. Our family had finally broken the cycle, bringing light to truths long forgotten. It was strange, but in the aftermath, the home that had once filled us with dread now became a place of healing. Each passing day made that clearer, as warmth and sunlight chased away the lingering shadows. Ethan gradually returned to a normal routine, attending school and playing outside with neighborhood friends. But there was an undeniable change in him. He carried himself differently, with a quiet maturity uncommon for a child his age. His experience had marked him deeply, shaping him in ways Mike and I were still coming to understand. Yet, despite everything he'd endured, Ethan remained gentle, kind, and compassionate, qualities we cherished more than ever. Sarah Mitchell continued to visit regularly, checking in on Ethan and ensuring that the lingering spiritual activity had truly ceased. Her gentle reassurance and genuine kindness helped all of us process the extraordinary events we'd lived through. One sunny afternoon, as we sat together in our living room, she smiled warmly at Ethan. "You've done an incredible thing," she told him softly. "Not many people would have had the courage to do what you did." Ethan blushed slightly, looking down shyly. "I didn't do it alone," he said gently. "They trusted me, and Mom and Dad helped, and you helped." Sarah nodded slowly, admiration clear in her expression. "You're right, but they chose you, Ethan. Spirits like those, trapped for so long, they look for someone they know will hear them, someone brave enough to listen." Mike squeezed Ethan's shoulder affectionately. "We're proud of you, buddy, more than you'll ever know." Over the following weeks, the community around us showed their support as the tragic history of our house became more widely known. Some neighbors admitted they'd always felt uneasy about the property, sensing something dark but unable to explain why. Now, with the truth revealed, there was a collective sense of relief and healing throughout the neighborhood. One evening, as we sat on our back porch watching the sunset, Mike took my hand, thoughtful and calm. Ethan played quietly nearby, building a small fort out of sticks and leaves. "I've been thinking," Mike began softly, "maybe it's time we considered moving." I glanced at him, surprised but not entirely shocked. I knew he'd struggled deeply with what we'd endured. "You think it's necessary?" I asked quietly. He shook his head gently. "Not necessary, but maybe healthy. For Ethan, especially. A fresh start somewhere new, away from all these memories." I considered his words carefully, understanding his perspective yet uncertain. "I don't know. Maybe Ethan wouldn't want to leave now. He fought so hard to heal this place." Mike nodded slowly, sighing softly. "Then maybe we ask him. Let him decide what feels right. After everything, I trust his judgment more than anyone's." We called Ethan over gently, asking him the question directly. He listened thoughtfully, his young face serious as he considered it carefully. After a long moment, he shook his head decisively. "I don't want to leave," he said firmly. "This is home now. It's where Samuel and the others found peace. If we go, it's like we're forgetting everything they taught us. I don't want to forget." Mike and I exchanged a glance, pride and understanding passing between us. Ethan had grown wise beyond his years. His words resonated deeply, reminding us of the incredible strength he'd shown throughout this journey. So we stayed. Over time, life returned fully to normal work. School, friendships, and family gatherings filled our days. The whispers in the dark became distant memories, fading into the fabric of our family story. Yet even as life moved forward, we honored the spirits' memories, sharing their stories openly, refusing to let their suffering be forgotten. On a crisp fall day, Ethan came home from school with a drawing he'd made. In colorful crayons, he'd illustrated our house bathed in sunlight, surrounded by smiling figures. One small figure stood apart slightly, glowing softly. Samuel. I drew Samuel, Ethan explained softly, holding it carefully. He told me he likes it here now, but he doesn't have to stay anymore. He just comes back sometimes to visit, to make sure we're okay. My heart warmed gently at his words, feeling a profound peace. It wasn't frightening or unsettling anymore. Instead, it was comforting, a gentle reminder that we'd done something truly meaningful. Eventually, Sarah Mitchell wrote a book about our experience, carefully detailing the history, our family's involvement, and Ethan's courage in resolving the haunting. It was well received, drawing interest from researchers, historians, and even spiritual experts. But what mattered most was the acknowledgement the spirits who suffered silently now had their truths shared openly, finally bringing them genuine peace. The day the book was released, Ethan stood quietly beside Sarah at a small local event, confidently speaking to those gathered. His words moved everyone deeply, sharing his personal experiences with sincerity and humility beyond his age. I learned something important, he explained softly, looking into the audience earnestly. Sometimes things are scary because we don't understand them. But when we listen, really listen, we find out they aren't scary, they're just sad, and they need help. That's what Samuel taught me. That's why I helped him. His words resonated powerfully. Tears filled my eyes, pride swelling in my heart. Ethan had turned something terrifying into something hopeful, a lesson in empathy and courage we all deeply needed. As Ethan grew older, he became an advocate for understanding paranormal experiences compassionately, supporting others who faced similar struggles. He continued working closely with Sarah, helping families cope with unsettling events and find peaceful resolutions, always guided by empathy and compassion. Our home eventually became known locally as a place of hope rather than fear. People visited, bringing flowers and small tokens honoring Samuel and the other lost souls who'd finally found peace. The house had fully transformed, no longer burdened by darkness. Instead, it radiated warmth and understanding. One night, years later, Ethan, now a thoughtful teenager, sat with me on the porch again, the moonlight gentle overhead. He smiled softly, gazing into the backyard quietly. I still see him sometimes, Ethan whispered softly. Samuel, he's happy. They're all happy. They're free now. I hugged him tightly, grateful beyond words for the incredible young man he'd become. Ethan had done something extraordinary. He'd turned pain into purpose, darkness into light, and fear into understanding. Our story had begun with dread and uncertainty, but through courage, empathy, and love, it ended in healing and hope. In our darkest moments, Ethan had guided us, leading us out of fear and toward peace. And now, surrounded by warmth, family, and the gentle memories of spirits we'd come to understand deeply, I knew that no matter what life brought next, we'd face it together, stronger because of what we'd endured. In the quiet comfort of the evening, our family felt whole, our hearts at peace, forever changed but deeply grateful. The spirits of our home had finally been heard, their stories told. And because of that, our house was no longer haunted, it was simply home.
Halloween was always my favorite night of the year. I loved the whole vibe of it. The laughter of kids running up and down the sidewalk, the glow of jack-o'-lanterns lining the porches, the smell of candles burning inside carved pumpkins. Ever since I'd bought my house, an older, quiet place tucked away on a suburban street, I made it a tradition to hand out candy. Something about the small-town feeling reminded me of my childhood, when life seemed simpler, safer somehow. This Halloween started out just like any other. I had decorated the porch with string lights and fake cobwebs. My front door had one of those cheap plastic skeletons hanging from a hook. I wasn't super creative, but it was festive enough to welcome the neighborhood kids. I had a big bowl filled with mini chocolate bars and gummy candies, ready to give away. It was around 6 o'clock when the first trick-or-treaters started knocking. A group of kids dressed as superheroes and princesses showed up first. They shouted "Trick or treat" with huge smiles, their parents waving from the sidewalk. I smiled back, dropped candy into their buckets, and watched as they scampered off to the next house. For a while there was a steady stream of kids, groups of them giggling and jostling each other to get their favorite sweets. As the evening wore on, the groups of trick-or-treaters got smaller, then faded completely. It was getting late. I figured things were winding down, so I flipped off the porch light and closed the curtains, settling down on my couch to watch a movie. My street was quieter now, the earlier laughter and chatter replaced by the occasional gust of wind blowing through the leaves. I was halfway through the movie when the doorbell rang again. I glanced at the clock. It was just after 9. Later than usual for kids to be out, but not unheard of. Maybe some teenagers hoping for leftover candy. Sighing, I got up, grabbed the candy bowl, and opened the door. Standing there alone was a small child, probably no older than 7 or 8, dressed in an old-fashioned clown costume. It wasn't the funny kind of clown outfit, more like something from a vintage photo, baggy and faded, with red and yellow fabric that looked hand-sewn. The kid wore a white clown mask with exaggerated painted features, a big red nose, and a wide, unsettling smile. "Hey there," I said, forcing a casual tone even though something about the silent kid felt slightly off. "You're out late." He didn't respond, just stood there completely still, holding up a plastic pumpkin bucket in both hands. Something about his stance felt rigid, almost unnatural. But I figured maybe he was shy, or just really into the creepy Halloween spirit. "Here you go," I said, dropping a handful of candy into the bucket. Still no reaction. Not even a nod or a muffled thank you from behind the mask. Happy Halloween," I said awkwardly, stepping back and shutting the door. I returned to the living room, but the encounter stayed with me. Something about the quiet kid in the weird costume just stuck in my mind. Shaking it off, I sat back down, trying to focus on the movie again. Not even 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang once more. Confused, I went back to the door. Through the curtain, I saw the same clown costume standing there. My pulse quickened a bit. Was the kid lost? Or maybe pulling some kind of prank? Annoyed now, I opened the door again. "Hey, buddy, didn't I just—" I stopped short. The mask was gone. The child's face beneath was expressionless, blank. His eyes stared straight ahead, fixed somewhere around my chest, unblinking. "I already gave you candy," I said cautiously, trying to keep my voice gentle. "Are you lost or something? Where are your parents?" He didn't respond, just stood there, still holding the pumpkin bucket in both hands. My unease grew. There was something deeply unsettling about the kid's empty gaze. "Hey," I said again, softer this time, crouching down to his eye level. "Do you need help?" He didn't move, didn't blink, didn't speak, just stared, his face perfectly emotionless. I glanced around my yard, looking for anyone nearby, other kids, parents, neighbors, but the street was empty, dead silent. "Look, kid, if this is a prank, it's getting old," I said, irritation starting to creep into my voice despite my unease. "You should probably head home now." Still nothing. Frustrated and honestly a little creeped out, I stepped back inside and firmly closed the door, flipping the lock with a deliberate click. I stood there for a second, waiting, listening, but heard no footsteps or movement outside, just silence. I returned to the window, cautiously pulling back the curtain and peering out. The kid was gone. The porch stood empty, shadows dancing in the glow of my porch lights. I sighed deeply, shaking my head. Maybe it was just a weird prank after all. Trying to calm my nerves, I switched off the porch lights again and made sure all the curtains were tightly closed. I double-checked the door locks and the windows, something I never did. But tonight, it just felt necessary. I couldn't focus on the movie anymore. Instead, I paced around the house, unease prickling at the back of my neck. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me, and I went to peek out the living room window again. And that's when I saw him. Standing in the middle of my front yard, illuminated only by the distant glow of a street lamp, the kid was staring directly at the window. His posture was stiff, his arms hanging loosely by his sides, the pumpkin bucket discarded on the grass beside him. Even from this distance, his eyes seemed fixed directly on me, piercing through the shadows. I felt a cold dread spread through my chest. Who was this kid? Why wouldn't he leave? I pulled out my phone, debating whether to call someone, the police, and say what a child was standing quietly in my yard. They'd probably think I was crazy or paranoid. I decided to wait it out, hoping he'd get bored, or that his parents would finally show up and take him home. I sat in the darkness of my living room, periodically glancing outside. But every time I looked, the child remained standing there, motionless, eyes fixed firmly on my window, waiting. I sat quietly in the dim living room, trying to convince myself that the kid would eventually get bored and leave. After all, what could he possibly want? I kept glancing out the window every few minutes, hoping each time I'd see nothing but an empty yard. But every time he was still there, standing perfectly still in that old clown costume, his face eerily blank.
just staring straight at my window. I could feel a nervous tension rising in my chest. Something about the way he just stood there was deeply unsettling. It wasn't normal. Kids didn't just stand silently in strangers' yards in the middle of the night. The idea that I was being watched so openly was starting to make my skin crawl. But I still couldn't quite bring myself to call the police. What if it was just some kid pulling a stupid prank? Or worse, maybe he had some sort of problem or needed help. Taking a deep breath, I finally decided to step outside again and talk to him. Maybe a firm but calm confrontation was exactly what the situation needed. I stood up slowly, feeling a mix of apprehension and annoyance. Before heading outside, I glanced through the window again. The boy hadn't moved. He was still planted there like a statue. I unlocked the front door, stepping onto the porch carefully, leaving the door slightly ajar behind me in case I needed to quickly duck back inside. The cool night air felt unusually sharp against my skin, and I shivered slightly, unsure whether it was from the temperature or the situation. I took a cautious step toward the edge of the porch, staying in the warm glow of my porch light. "Hey," I called out softly, trying to mask the shakiness in my voice. "Are you okay? It's pretty late, you know. Shouldn't you be heading home?" He didn't answer, didn't even acknowledge that I'd spoken. He just stood there, silent and still, watching me with that same blank, emotionless expression. The quiet was oppressive. I felt increasingly exposed, standing alone on my porch in the middle of the night, staring down this kid in his creepy old-fashioned costume. "Listen," I tried again, forcing a friendly tone into my voice. "Do you need me to call someone for you? Your parents, maybe?" Again, no response. The kid didn't move a muscle, didn't blink. He just kept staring. A chill ran through me, stronger now. Every instinct was screaming at me to go back inside, lock the door, and call someone for help. But instead, I stood frozen in place, unable to turn away. Just then, a soft sound broke the silence from somewhere behind me. My heart lurched. I spun around quickly, my eyes scanning the porch and front door, but nothing seemed out of place. The door was still open, exactly as I'd left it. When I turned back around, the boy was gone. For a second, I just stood there, stunned, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The yard was empty now, no sign of the child anywhere. Had he run off when I turned away? I hadn't heard footsteps or seen any movement. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. I quickly stepped back inside the house, locking the door securely behind me this time. My pulse was racing. None of this made sense. I walked back into the living room, still feeling shaken, and sat down heavily on the couch. I glanced at my phone on the table beside me, seriously considering calling the police now. But I hesitated again. What exactly would I tell them? Would they even believe me? After a few minutes, I managed to convince myself again that it had just been a strange prank. Maybe some neighborhood kid was bored, or maybe someone was trying to scare me. It was Halloween after all. Pranks like this probably weren't all that unusual. Still, the unease wouldn't go away. Every creak or small noise the house made seemed amplified now, making my nerves jump. I tried turning on the television again, but couldn't focus on anything. My eyes kept flickering toward the window, half expecting to see the child standing there again. I got up, pacing restlessly around the room. Finally, I went to the kitchen to make some tea, hoping it would calm my nerves. As the kettle boiled, I leaned against the counter, staring absently at the floor tiles, when suddenly I felt a strange sensation, a prickling awareness that someone was watching me again. I slowly turned toward the kitchen window. My blood went cold. The boy was standing outside again, just a few feet from the window, his face almost pressed against the glass. He was staring right at me with the same empty, unblinking expression. Up close, his pale face looked almost ghostly under the dim street lights, and his eyes, dark, hollow, expressionless, pierced through me. My heart slammed against my rib cage, adrenaline rushing through my body, making my hands shake. How had he gotten there so quietly? Why hadn't I heard footsteps or seen movement from the living room windows? Panic surged through me. This wasn't just a prank anymore. Something's very wrong. Without taking my eyes off him, I fumbled for my phone and dialed 911, my voice shaking as I spoke urgently to the dispatcher. Someone is outside my house. A kid, but he's acting strange. He won't speak. He's just standing there watching me. He's been here all night. The dispatcher calmly asked for my address and told me to remain inside, assuring me that a patrol car would be there shortly. I hung up, keeping my eyes fixed on the boy through the window. His gaze didn't waver. He just continued standing there, silently staring back at me through the glass. Minutes stretched on endlessly as I waited for the police to arrive. My heart was pounding so loudly I could barely think. Finally, I saw flashing lights approaching down the street. The sense of relief was overwhelming as two police officers stepped out of their car and walked toward the house. I moved to the front door and opened it quickly, relief flooding me. "He's around back," I said breathlessly, pointing toward the yard. "He's still there." The officers nodded and quickly moved around the side of the house. I followed cautiously behind, heart still racing. But when we reached the backyard, it was empty, no sign of the child anywhere. My heart sank, dread replacing my relief. The officers searched thoroughly, shining flashlights into every corner, but found nothing. They asked me a few polite questions, clearly skeptical but trying to reassure me. After promising they'd keep an eye on the area, they left, leaving me standing alone once again, confused and unsettled. As I walked slowly back inside and locked the door again, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Something told me he'd be back, still watching, still waiting. And next time, maybe no one would come to help. After the police left, the house felt emptier and colder than before. It was strange how quickly silence could shift from comforting to oppressive. Earlier tonight, I'd welcomed the quiet, enjoyed the sense of calm. But now, every sound seemed magnified: the creaking of floorboards beneath my feet, the hum of the fridge, even the gentle ticking of the clock on the kitchen wall. Everything seemed to echo unnaturally, keeping me on edge. I tried to reassure myself that everything was fine now, that the kid had probably gotten bored or scared off by the police. But no matter how much I rationalized, an uneasiness lingered at the back of my mind. Something about the entire situation felt unresolved, like the final note of a song left hanging in the air. I kept replaying the kid's blank stare, the bizarre way he had appeared and vanished so quietly. None of it made sense. I poured myself another cup of tea, but my hands were still trembling as I lifted it to my lips. Sitting at the kitchen table, I stared blankly into the darkness of the backyard, half expecting the child to suddenly reappear, standing motionless in the shadows. But there was nothing, just darkness and silence. It was nearing 11 o'clock now, and the street outside seemed entirely deserted. Even the usual distant sounds of cars or occasional voices faded completely. Finally, unable to bear the quiet any longer, I decided to go upstairs and get ready for bed. I checked every lock in the house one more time just to be sure. As I climbed the stairs, each step felt heavier than usual, my anxiety mounting with every creak beneath my feet. I had never been easily frightened, especially not in my own home, but tonight had changed that. Tonight, my home no longer felt safe or familiar, it felt vulnerable. Once upstairs, I entered my bedroom, pulling the curtains closed tightly and switching on every available light. I sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at the phone on my nightstand, debating whether to call someone, a friend, a family member, anyone who might understand or at least offer some comfort. But what would I say? How could I explain this without sounding like I'd lost my mind? Instead, I set my phone down and tried to convince myself everything was fine. Yet sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of that emotionless face appeared in my mind, staring back at me with hollow eyes. After tossing and turning for nearly an hour, I finally got out of bed, too restless to lie there any longer. I paced back and forth, trying to calm my nerves. Eventually, I found myself standing at the window again, hesitantly peering through a gap in the curtains toward the empty street below. My heart stopped. There he was again, the child standing motionless in the middle of the street, facing directly toward my window, the same faded clown costume, pale face expressionless in the glow of the street lamp. How long had he been standing there this time, silently waiting? I stepped away quickly, stumbling backward, heart racing. It felt like he'd known exactly when I would look outside, like he'd timed his appearance perfectly to catch my eye. This wasn't normal, none of it was normal. It wasn't a harmless prank or a lost child. It was intentional, calculated, and deeply unsettling. Hands shaking, I grabbed my phone again. The thought of calling the police crossed my mind, but what good would it do now? They'd already come once and found nothing. Would they believe me again, or would they simply dismiss me as paranoid? Determined to face this myself, I steadied my breathing, mustered up every ounce of courage I had left, and marched downstairs to the front door. I would confront him once and for all, demand to know what he wanted, why he was tormenting me. When I opened the door, though, the street was empty. The boy was nowhere to be seen. The only thing I heard was the quiet rustle of leaves in the breeze. Frustrated, confused, and more unnerved than ever, I stood there on the porch, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. Nothing. "Hello," I called out weakly, feeling foolish the moment the word left my lips. The night offered no response, only silence and shadows. Defeated, I turned back inside, locking the door once again. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still nearby, watching, hidden just out of sight. I moved quickly back upstairs, closing myself into my bedroom, determined not to look outside again. The curtains remained tightly drawn, and I switched on the television in an attempt to drown out the silence and distract myself. An old sitcom rerun played softly, but my attention kept drifting. My nerves were completely shot, my body exhausted but unable to relax. Minutes stretched endlessly, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, I checked the clock. It was past midnight now. Officially November 1st. Halloween was over. Yet somehow, that offered little relief. Just as I started to calm down slightly, I heard a soft, almost imperceptible tapping noise. I froze, muting the television, ears straining to pinpoint the source. There it was again, clearer now, coming from downstairs, from the front door. Tap, tap, tap. Someone was knocking, gently and rhythmically, almost politely. My pulse quickened, and a sense of dread crept over me. Slowly, I forced myself out of bed, and quietly made my way downstairs, each step heavier than the last. When I reached the front door, I stood motionless, heart pounding furiously in my chest. I could see the vague outline of someone standing on the porch through the frosted glass window, small and childlike. Swallowing hard, I spoke through the door, barely louder than a whisper. "Please, leave me alone. Just go home. I don't know what you want." Silence followed. Then a voice, soft, emotionless, just a child's whisper. "Open the door." The words chilled me to the core. There was no innocence, no pleading, just a cold, flat command. I pressed my hand against the door, leaning heavily on it for support. "I'm calling the police again," I managed, my voice trembling slightly. Another pause, longer this time, stretching the tension painfully. Then came the reply, quiet but clearly audible. "They won't help you." A sudden wave of nausea surged through me, and I staggered back from the door, breathing rapidly. Panic took over. Without another thought, I sprinted upstairs, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911 again, barely coherent as I spoke to the dispatcher. "Please send someone quickly," I begged, my voice cracking. "He's still here. He won't leave me alone. He said the police won't help me." The dispatcher assured me officers were on their way again, advising me to stay calm and remain inside. I curled up in a corner of the bedroom, holding the phone tightly, eyes locked onto the closed door. But deep down, a terrifying certainty had already taken hold. Whoever or whatever that child was, he had no intention of leaving me alone. and somehow, instinctively, I knew he was right about one thing. The police wouldn't be able to help me this time. I sat on the floor, knees tucked tight against my chest, my back pressed firmly against the bedroom wall. I clutched the phone like a lifeline, the soft hum of the dispatcher's calm voice barely audible over my frantic heartbeat. She was reassuring me, promising help was on the way, instructing me to stay inside and remain calm, but her words felt distant, meaningless. I couldn't shake the chilling words the boy had whispered through the door. "They won't help you." My breathing came in shallow bursts as I waited, straining my ears for any sound, a footstep, another knock, anything. But the house had fallen completely silent again, as if holding its breath along with me. Every muscle in my body was tense, ready to spring into action or retreat further into hiding at a moment's notice. I hated feeling this helpless, cornered in my own home by something I couldn't even begin to understand. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the distant sound of a car approaching broke through the oppressive silence. A flicker of hope stirred within me. Through the curtains, the sweep of headlights moved slowly past my window, casting momentary brightness against the walls. I dared to peer outside. Relief surged through me as I saw the familiar shape of the patrol car pulling up in front of my house again, its lights illuminating the empty street. I rose slowly, legs stiff and trembling beneath me, and made my way downstairs toward the front door, clutching my phone tightly the whole way. As I reached for the door handle, my heart raced, terrified that I'd see the boy waiting on the other side. But when I opened it, the porch was empty, bathed in the comforting glow of the patrol car's headlights. 2 officers emerged, their expressions serious but patient as they approached. The same ones as before. They clearly recognized me, their faces a mix of sympathy and mild skepticism. I must have looked terrified, standing there in pajamas with eyes wide and haunted by fear. "He's gone again," I said immediately, feeling my voice shake as I struggled to explain. "He came back, knocked on the door. He even spoke to me. He said the police wouldn't help." The officers glanced briefly at each other before one stepped forward, his voice gentle but clearly cautious. "We understand this is unsettling. We've checked around the property before, but let's take another careful look, okay? Maybe there's something we missed." I nodded quickly, stepping aside to let them into the house. Their presence felt comforting, yet at the same time, I couldn't shake the unease that continued to gnaw at the edges of my mind. I stood in the entryway, watching silently as they methodically walked through each room, their flashlights sweeping corners, closets, and windows. Each second dragged by painfully slow. As they returned downstairs, their expressions unchanged, I already knew the answer before the officer spoke. There's no sign of forced entry or anyone hiding inside. Are you sure there's nobody who might be playing a prank on you, a neighbor, maybe, or someone you know? Frustration and exhaustion surged inside me. How could I explain the chilling certainty that this was something far worse than a simple prank? "I live alone," I told them quietly, trying to maintain composure. "I don't know anyone who'd do this, and he was just here minutes ago. He spoke to me through the door." The officer nodded, his eyes sympathetic yet doubtful. "We believe you," he assured, even though his tone said otherwise. But without more to go on, all we can really do is keep an eye on things. We'll patrol the neighborhood more frequently tonight. Call us immediately if anything else happens." I thanked them weakly, but as they walked back to their car, my stomach sank. The patrol car pulled away slowly, leaving me alone once again. The street quickly returned to silence, as if the officer's presence had never occurred at all. Standing in the doorway, staring out into the darkness, I felt utterly exposed. I locked the door again, leaning heavily against it as despair washed over me. They thought I was imagining things or exaggerating, and part of me was starting to wonder the same thing. Was this all in my head? Could exhaustion or stress really make someone hallucinate this vividly? But then I remembered his voice, that whisper at the door, so cold and emotionless. "They won't help you." Those words had felt far too real to be imagined. Too nervous to sleep or even sit down again, I found myself pacing aimlessly around the living room. Every shadow seemed sinister. Every quiet creak made my heart jump. I was unraveling fast, paranoia clawing at the edges of my mind. The night seemed endless, the hours stretching out painfully, with every passing second heightening my dread. Eventually, I decided I couldn't stay trapped inside like this. If I was going to feel safe again, I needed to confront this directly. Gathering all my courage, I picked up a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, gripping it tightly as if it were a weapon. I stepped outside into the night, heart hammering in my chest. My yard was still and empty, bathed in pale moonlight. I circled the house carefully, shining the flashlight into every dark corner, expecting to find the child lurking there. But there was nothing, no footprints, no marks, nothing to indicate he'd ever been there at all. Feeling both relieved and utterly confused, I made my way to the edge of the property, where my yard met the small wooded area behind my house. It was quiet there, almost peaceful. I shined the beam of my flashlight into the trees, illuminating empty darkness. I almost felt silly now, standing alone outside in the middle of the night, searching for ghosts in the shadows. Just as I was about to turn back toward the house, I heard a faint sound, a soft rustling coming from deeper in the woods. My pulse quickened instantly, my body rigid with fear. "Who's there?" I called out weakly, my voice barely above a whisper. Silence answered at first, then the rustling returned, closer now. I took a step back, panic surging through me. "Stop messing around," I called, louder this time, trying to sound confident despite the tremor in my voice. From the shadows between the trees, a figure slowly emerged. The small boy stepped forward calmly, his pale face illuminated by my flashlight beam, eyes still cold and empty. My breath caught painfully in my throat. "Why are you doing this?" I asked desperately, taking another shaky step backward. "Please, just leave me alone." The boy didn't respond at first. He tilted his head slightly, studying me, When he finally spoke, his voice was flat and eerily calm. "You invited me." I shook my head quickly, confusion and dread gripping me tighter. "What are you talking about? I don't even know you." He stared directly into my eyes, unblinking. "You opened the door. You gave me something. Now I have to give you something back." His words made my skin crawl. I felt trapped, my thoughts spinning wildly. What do you want to give me?" He paused, expression unchanged, before finally speaking again in that same emotionless tone. "Fear." Before I could react, he turned slowly and walked back into the darkness of the trees, leaving me alone, trembling, unable to move. I stood there for what felt like forever, heart pounding, breath ragged, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Eventually, I stumbled back to my house, locking every door behind me, knowing deep down that whatever this child represented was far more terrifying than any Halloween prank could ever be. I stumbled back into the house, slamming the door shut behind me and fumbling desperately with the locks. My breathing was ragged, my pulse roaring in my ears. The encounter outside replayed relentlessly in my mind, the boy's cold eyes, his hollow voice, the chilling certainty in his words. Fear. That single simple word echoed inside my head, sending icy tendrils of dread creeping down my spine. I moved mechanically through the house, flipping on every available light, as if that might somehow keep the darkness and the child at bay. The bright glow from the overhead fixtures felt comforting for a moment, but the sense of security quickly faded as I realized it merely illuminated the emptiness of my home. The familiar rooms suddenly seemed alien and unsafe, shadows lurking in every corner, threatening to move at any second. Exhaustion tugged at my mind, but sleep felt impossible now. How could I possibly close my eyes when that child, whatever he was, might still be out there waiting? How could I ignore the fact that he'd been standing mere feet from me, his eyes emotionless, his presence undeniable? He had come and gone silently, like a shadow, and I couldn't shake the feeling he'd be back, and soon. I sat heavily on the edge of my couch, burying my head in my hands, trying desperately to regain control. My entire body trembled, and every nerve felt frayed to the breaking point. The police had already been here twice. I couldn't call them again. They'd clearly begun to doubt me, to think I was paranoid or losing my grip. Maybe I was. But that child's voice had been real, chillingly real. His threat had felt tangible. The hours passed slowly, agonizingly. I moved restlessly around the house, constantly peering out windows, checking locks, straining my ears for any sound of movement outside. Time became meaningless, measured only by my rising panic and deepening sense of helplessness. Outside, the street remained eerily quiet, a silent testament to the late hour. Eventually, sheer exhaustion overcame my anxiety. My eyes grew heavy, my limbs sluggish. I lay back on the couch, fully intending to rest only for a few minutes, still too frightened to retire to my bedroom. But sleep dragged me under swiftly, mercifully pulling me into a deep, dreamless state. A sudden sound jolted me awake, a sharp tapping noise at the front window. Heart leaping painfully, I sat up quickly, disoriented and terrified. For a split second, I wondered if I'd dreamt the noise, but then it came again, tap, 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 steady and deliberate, like someone gently knocking against the glass with a single finger. My pulse quickened instantly, adrenaline flooding my veins. Slowly, heart hammering, I stood and crept toward the window, keeping my steps light and silent. The curtains were closed tightly, but I knew he was out there, standing inches away, separated from me by only a thin layer of glass and fabric. "Leave me alone," I whispered, voice trembling uncontrollably. I wasn't even sure if he'd hear me, but the tapping abruptly stopped. Silence fell heavily once more, thick and oppressive, leaving me standing frozen in anticipation. Seconds stretched painfully into minutes, each moment increasing the tension until I thought I'd snap. Just when I began to think he'd finally gone away, a voice spoke from outside, soft yet clearly audible, words floating through the still night air to reach my ears. "Open the door, let me in." A shudder tore through me, my legs nearly giving way beneath me. His tone was almost polite, calm, too calm. The familiarity of the phrase filled me with dread. It was the same unsettling request he'd made earlier, only this time it carried an underlying urgency. "No," I said weakly, stepping back further from the window. "Go away. Please, just leave." The response was immediate. "Open the door," he repeated, tone unchanged, unwaveringly patient. "You invited me." Frustration and terror surged within me, warring violently. I hadn't invited him. I'd merely opened my door earlier to hand out candy, nothing more. How could that innocent action have led to this nightmare? This relentless invasion of my life, my home, my sanity. "I didn't invite you," I shouted, voice cracking under the strain. "Please, leave me alone." A long silence followed my outburst, heavy and charged. I strained my ears, breath shallow, every muscle tensed painfully. Just when I began to hope he'd left, his voice returned, softer now, yet somehow infinitely more chilling. "But you did. You opened the door." My blood ran cold, the simple words landing like blows against my resolve. The conviction in his voice made me doubt my own memory, my own actions. Was it possible I'd unknowingly given him permission? Could it truly be that easy to invite something so sinister into your life? Gathering my last remaining shreds of courage, I forced myself forward, reaching out slowly to grasp the edge of the curtain. My hand shook violently, my breath came in rapid gasps, but I knew I had to see him again, to confront whatever this was directly. In one quick movement, I jerked the curtain aside, ready to face him. But the yard was empty. No figure stood outside, no child staring back at me. The porch was quiet, deserted, bathed in moonlight and shadow. My heart stuttered, confusion mingling with relief. Had he run away the moment I'd challenged him, or had he never really been there at all? Suddenly feeling unbearably vulnerable, I turned quickly and moved through the house once again, double-checking every lock, every window. As I reached the back door, my breath caught painfully in my throat. The back door stood slightly ajar. Panic surged instantly, adrenaline flooding my veins. How long had it been open? How had I not noticed sooner? Had he already made his way inside, slipping silently past me in the darkness? I slammed the door shut, locking it frantically, heart pounding wildly. Desperately, I searched every room again, every closet and corner, convinced I'd find him hiding somewhere inside. But the house remained stubbornly empty, devoid of intruders or explanation. As dawn finally began to break outside, pale light creeping through the windows, exhaustion overtook my fear once more. My body felt drained, my mind clouded by fatigue. I collapsed onto the couch, staring blankly at the ceiling, haunted by unanswered questions and relentless paranoia. Was I losing my grip on reality, tormented by imaginary demons brought on by stress and exhaustion? Or had I truly encountered something unnatural, inexplicable, something drawn to me simply because I'd opened my door on Halloween night? Deep down, I knew the answer didn't matter. Real or imagined, this fear had burrowed deep within me, taking root firmly. Whatever I'd let into my home wasn't easily removed. It lingered there, watching from the shadows, whispering promises of terror yet to come. And I was powerless to stop it. The next morning felt surreal, like waking up from a nightmare that stubbornly lingered even in daylight. I opened my eyes slowly, half expecting to see that child standing in my room, but the space around me was mercifully empty. Thin rays of morning sun filtered through the curtains, bathing everything in a muted golden light that felt strangely out of place. Halloween was over, yet somehow the dread that had consumed me the night before remained. It clung to my skin, settled into my bones, refusing to dissipate. I got up slowly, every movement sluggish and heavy, my head pounding from lack of sleep. The events of the night replayed in my mind over and over: the child's empty eyes, the haunting voice, the open back door. Each memory brought a fresh surge of anxiety, tightening my chest until it became difficult to breathe. My own home had become unfamiliar and unsafe overnight, and I had no idea how to reclaim it. With daylight came a sliver of clarity. Maybe I needed to leave for a while, clear my head, talk to someone. Anything to break this relentless cycle of fear. I grabbed my phone, scrolling through contacts until I settled on my friend, Mark. We weren't particularly close anymore, but he lived nearby, and maybe talking to someone familiar could ground me, help me process whatever was happening. He answered after 3 rings, his voice sleepy and slightly confused. "Hello?" "Hey, Mark," I began, trying to sound casual despite my nerves. "Sorry to call so early, but I'm having kind of a rough time. Can we meet up or something? I really need to get out of this house." There was a brief silence, then his voice softened with concern. "Of course, man. Are you okay? You sound pretty shaken." "Honestly, no," I admitted, my voice trembling slightly. Something really weird happened last night. I need to talk to someone. I think I might be losing it. I'll meet you at the cafe on 3rd Street in 20 minutes, he said decisively. Just hang tight, all right? We'll talk through it. Grateful for his willingness to help, I quickly got dressed and stepped outside, locking the door behind me with a renewed sense of caution. The morning air felt crisp and refreshing, a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere inside my home. The streets were quiet but comforting, filled with normalcy and routine, people heading to work, dogs being walked, cars driving past. It felt almost surreal that life was continuing as usual after everything I'd experienced. When I arrived at the cafe, Mark was already waiting at a table near the window, sipping coffee and looking concerned. He stood as I approached, offering a reassuring smile that didn't quite mask his worry. "Hey," he greeted me warmly, gesturing for me to sit. "You look like hell. What's going on?" I sank into the chair, sighing heavily as the weight of the past night finally spilled out of me. I told him everything: the strange boy in the clown costume, the repeated appearances, the open door, the chilling whispers. By the time I finished, Mark was watching me with a mix of confusion and disbelief. "You think I'm crazy, don't you?" I asked quietly, feeling foolish now that the story hung between us. "No, I don't think you're crazy," he said carefully, shaking his head. "But are you sure someone isn't just messing with you? Kids play pranks all the time, especially around Halloween." "I considered that," I said quickly, frustration edging into my voice. But this felt different, like he knew exactly how to scare me, like he wanted something specific. It wasn't a prank, it felt personal. Mark sighed, clearly unsure how to respond. "Have you thought about staying somewhere else for a few days? Maybe just to clear your head and get some rest?" I nodded slowly. It wasn't a bad suggestion. The thought of returning home, even in daylight, made my stomach twist into knots. Maybe some time away would help me figure out what was going on. Mark offered to let me crash at his place, but I politely declined. The idea of burdening him with whatever was following me didn't feel right. Instead, I decided I'd check into a nearby hotel somewhere anonymous, somewhere I could rest without constantly looking over my shoulder. After finishing our coffee, I thanked Mark for listening and promised to keep in touch. As I walked back home to grab a few belongings, anxiety crept back into my chest, tightening painfully with each step. My house looked harmless enough in daylight, but the memory of last night lingered, tainting everything. Inside, I packed quickly, tossing clothes and essentials haphazardly into a bag. As I zipped it closed, I noticed something strange, a small object lying on the floor beside the couch. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized it immediately. A single wrapped piece of candy from the bowl I'd handed out to trick or treaters. I was certain I hadn't dropped any candy there. A sudden wave of nausea washed over me as I picked it up, turning it slowly between trembling fingers. Had the child been inside after all? Was this his way of telling me he could reach me any time he wanted? Panicked, I dropped the candy into the trash and hurried from the house, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I locked the door behind me, desperate to put distance between myself and whatever had invaded my home. The hotel was bland and anonymous, exactly what I needed. My room was small, sparsely furnished, but it felt safer than my house. I locked the door, drew the curtains, and collapsed onto the bed, suddenly exhausted beyond reason. Sleep overtook me quickly, deep and mercifully free of dreams. But the peace didn't last long. I woke suddenly in darkness, heart pounding. For a moment, disorientation gripped me. I wasn't home. I was in a hotel room. Something had woken me. But what? Then I heard it, a soft, persistent knocking at my door. My blood turned to ice as I sat up slowly, staring at the dark outline of the door. The knocking continued, gentle and rhythmic, exactly the same as the tapping on my window the night before. I rose carefully, legs trembling as I approached the door, heart thundering painfully in my chest. Through the peephole, the hallway was empty. No sign of anyone. But the knocking continued steadily, insistently, despite the fact that nobody was there. I stepped back quickly, terror overtaking me completely. He had followed me. Somehow, impossibly, he knew exactly where I was. A whisper drifted through the crack beneath the door, chilling me to my bones. "You can't hide. You invited me." I stumbled backward, collapsing onto the bed, panic blurring my vision. I finally understood. Whatever this thing was, whatever I had unknowingly invited into my life, it wouldn't stop. It wouldn't leave me alone, no matter where I went or how far I ran. It had claimed me, marked me, and now there was nowhere left to hide. I sat there, trembling on the edge of the hotel bed, staring blankly at the door. Every muscle in my body was tense, my mind racing desperately for some kind of rational explanation. How was this possible? How could anyone have known where I went? It didn't make sense. None of this made sense. The knocking had stopped, but the echo of the child's voice still rang in my ears, soft and insistent. "You can't hide." "You invited me." Those words kept repeating themselves over and over, an endless loop of dread. For a moment, I considered opening the door, confronting him directly. But fear kept me rooted in place, paralyzed by uncertainty and confusion. Finally, after what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, I forced myself to stand. My legs felt weak beneath me as I approached the door, pressing my eye to the peephole again. Still, nothing but an empty hallway stretched out before me, silent and perfectly still. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I cautiously unlocked and opened the door, stepping out slowly into the corridor. There was nobody there, just the distant hum of vending machines and muted sounds from other rooms. I walked a few paces down the hall, glancing nervously in every direction. Nothing seemed out of place. A hotel employee, tired-looking woman pushing a cleaning cart passed by, giving me a curious look. "Is everything all right?" she asked hesitantly, probably noticing my pale, shaken expression. "I'm sorry," I stammered, feeling foolish now. "Did you happen to see a kid around here just now? Maybe in a costume?" She shook her head slowly, eyeing me with concern. "No, I haven't seen anyone. Are you okay?" I hesitated, then nodded quickly, embarrassment flooding my face. "Yeah, sorry. Just had a nightmare or something, I guess." She smiled sympathetically, continuing on her way, clearly dismissing my strange behavior as nothing more than an overreaction. I returned to my room and shut the door, locking it carefully behind me. For the rest of the night, I sat awake, lights on, too afraid to sleep or even close my eyes for more than a few seconds. By morning, I felt completely drained mentally, physically, emotionally. The sun streaming through the thin curtains felt too bright, too cheerful, utterly at odds with the lingering fear inside me. Still, I knew I couldn't hide in this hotel room forever. Whatever was happening, I had to face it directly, find a way to end it. I checked out of the hotel quickly, avoiding eye contact with the clerk, certain he could sense my discomfort. Driving home felt surreal, every mile bringing me closer to the place where this nightmare had begun. But deep down, I knew I couldn't run anymore. Whatever I'd unwittingly invited into my life had to be confronted directly. As I pulled into my driveway, the house looked deceptively normal in the sunlight, as if none of the previous night's events had happened at all. I stepped inside cautiously, tension gripping me once more. But the house was empty, quiet, and felt oddly neutral, almost as if whatever presence had been there before was temporarily gone. Determined now, I spent the next few hours checking every corner of my home, double locking windows and doors, even installing new locks I'd picked up on the drive home. I didn't know if any of this would help, but it made me feel marginally better. Eventually, I sat down at the kitchen table, exhausted but strangely calm. My phone buzzed quietly beside me, a text from Mark. "Hey, how are you holding up? Need anything?" I considered ignoring him, but isolation had clearly done me no favors. I replied honestly, "I'm struggling, to be honest. Would you mind coming by later? I just don't want to be alone right now." His reply was immediate and reassuring. "Absolutely. I'll be there tonight. Hang in there." The day passed slowly, but without incident. By evening, I started feeling cautiously optimistic, wondering if perhaps the worst was finally behind me. Maybe, somehow, I'd weathered this strange, terrifying experience, and now it was over. When Mark arrived, I welcomed him inside gratefully. His familiar presence was a comfort, his easygoing demeanor a stark contrast to my lingering tension. We sat in the living room, talking quietly at first about trivial things, sports, movies, anything to avoid mentioning the real reason I'd asked him to come over. Eventually, though, Mark broached the subject gently. "So, have you seen or heard anything else? Since yesterday, I mean?" I shook my head slowly. "No, nothing since the hotel. Maybe it's finally stopped." He nodded thoughtfully, clearly unsure what to say next. "Look, I've been thinking about this a lot. Maybe this whole thing has been triggered by stress. You've been isolated a lot lately, haven't you? With work and everything." I sighed heavily, considering his words carefully. He wasn't wrong. I had been under tremendous stress lately, working long hours from home, barely speaking to anyone besides coworkers over Zoom. Maybe that isolation, combined with the anxiety of Halloween night, had simply caused some kind of psychological episode. It made more sense than the alternative anyway. "You might be right," I admitted quietly. "I think I let myself get overwhelmed. I was probably seeing things that weren't there, hearing things too." Mark smiled reassuringly, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. "It happens, man. You just need rest and a break from this place for a while. Why don't you come stay at my place for a few days? Just until you feel safe again." I hesitated briefly, then agreed. Leaving my home felt strange, but maybe it was exactly what I needed to regain perspective, to finally break free from this nightmare. After packing a few essentials, I followed Mark outside to his car. The evening was cool, the neighborhood quiet, the tension in my chest finally starting to ease slightly. As Mark loaded my bag into the trunk, I turned to look back at my house one last time. My breath caught in my throat. Standing at the end of my driveway, illuminated faintly by a nearby street lamp, was the child. He stood completely still, watching silently, his expression unchanged, pale, emotionless, disturbingly calm. Mark noticed me freeze and turned quickly, eyes widening slightly in surprise. "What's wrong?" "Do you see him?" I asked urgently, heart racing once more. "The kid right there in the clown costume?" Mark glanced where I pointed, brow furrowing slightly in confusion. "I don't see anyone, man. Are you sure?" I blinked hard, staring again. The child was still there, unmoving, eyes locked firmly onto mine. But as Mark walked forward, stepping directly into the path of the streetlight, the boy vanished abruptly, leaving no trace behind. I stood there, stunned, understanding finally dawning on me. Mark genuinely hadn't seen him, only I had. "It's nothing," I said finally, forcing a smile. "You're right, I'm just tired." We drove away in silence, the realization heavy in my chest. Whatever I'd seen, whatever I'd experienced, had been real only to me, a manifestation of my own fears, stress, loneliness. I'd unintentionally created this nightmare, fed it with my anxiety, my panic. At Mark's place, I finally managed a restful night's sleep, the first in days. Over the following weeks, I slowly pieced myself back together, seeking help from a therapist, reconnecting with friends, distancing myself from the isolation I'd unintentionally fallen into. I never saw the child again after that night, but I didn't forget him. The fear he'd represented, the darkness he'd brought out in me, had changed me fundamentally. Halloween became a night I avoided, the memories too vivid, the wounds too fresh. But eventually, with time and support, I learned to let go of the fear, to reclaim my life. I learned to leave the shadows of the past behind, accepting finally that the only true monster I'd ever faced had been myself. I met my roommate, Lena, on move-in day. She seemed normal, a little quiet, a little intense, but nothing weird. She was already in the dorm when I arrived, sitting cross-legged on the bed by the window, a book in her lap. She didn't look up right away when I walked in, just kept reading. "Hey," I said, dropping my bags. She turned her head slightly, as if she was only just noticing me. Then she smiled small, polite, calculated. "Hi," she said. Her voice was soft. She didn't say much else, just went back to her book while I unpacked. The room was small, like most dorms. 2 beds, 2 desks, a shared closet, bland beige walls, and a window that overlooked the courtyard. We made small talk, the usual questions. "What's your major? Where are you from? Do you know anyone here?" She answered each one simply, without elaborating. "English major, from 3 hours away. Didn't know anyone." Her voice was always quiet, measured, never hurried, never uncertain. That was my first impression of Lena. Strange, but not weird. At least, not yet. The first night I noticed something odd. I was lying in bed, exhausted from moving in, half asleep when I realized something. Lena hadn't turned off her light. I cracked one eye open. She was still sitting on her bed, still cross-legged, still reading. I blinked, groggy. "Hey, you going to sleep soon?" She turned a page. "I don't need much sleep." I frowned. "Lucky you," I muttered, rolling over. Maybe she was just a night owl. Maybe she had insomnia. I didn't think much of it. Until the next night. And the next. And the next. A week passed, and I had never not once seen Lena go to sleep. At first, I thought maybe she just stayed up later than me and woke up earlier. Maybe our schedules just didn't match. So one night, I tested it. I stayed up as long as I could, pretended to sleep, but kept sneaking glances at her. She never moved. She never lay down. She just sat on her bed, in the same cross-legged position, eyes locked on whatever book she was reading. At 3 a.m., my eyes started to sting. My head felt heavy. I drifted for a second, my body forcing itself into sleep. When I jolted awake, Lena was exactly the same. Same position, same book in her hands. But she wasn't turning pages anymore. She was just staring at me. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "Lena?" My voice was hoarse. She blinked, then slowly she tilted her head. "Why are you awake?" she asked. My throat went dry. "Yeah." My brain scrambled for an excuse. Lena smiled, just slightly, just enough to look wrong. Then, as if nothing happened, she turned a page. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. By the second week, I started watching her more. I couldn't help it. It wasn't just that she didn't sleep. It was the way she moved. Or rather, how little she moved. She sat still for hours, never stretching, never shifting her weight. Even when she walked, her footsteps were too light, too careful. She never seemed tired, never yawned, never looked drained. I started asking questions, casually at first. "So what's your secret?" I joked one afternoon. "Caffeine? Superpowers?" Lena didn't laugh. "I just don't need much sleep," she said again. She said it the exact same way as before. Same voice, same tone, like she was reading a script. A shiver ran through me. I tried again. "Yeah, but do you take naps, sleep during the day?" She just smiled. I dropped it, but I started locking the door at night. The third week, things got worse. I started waking up in the middle of the night for no reason. Every time I'd glance at Lena's bed, expecting to see her sitting up like usual. But some nights, she wasn't on her bed. She was standing by the window, or by her desk, just standing there, not moving, not reading, just waiting. I never heard her get up, never heard footsteps. She was just there. One night, I woke up and felt off. I didn't know why at first. Then I realized the room was too quiet. Not just normal nighttime quiet, dead quiet. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I turned my head, and Lena was standing over my bed, staring at me. My breath caught in my throat. She was close, too close. Close enough that I could see the reflection of the hallway light in her wide, unblinking eyes. I went stiff. "Lena," I whispered. She didn't move, didn't blink, didn't react at all. I forced myself to sit up. My pulse pounded in my ears. What are you doing?" She tilted her head. "I was watching you," she murmured. My stomach twisted. "Why?" Her lips curled into that small, wrong smile. "I wanted to see what you look like when you sleep." A wave of nausea rolled through me. I forced a laugh, shaky and uneven. "That's really creepy." Lena didn't answer. She just watched me. Then, as if nothing happened, she turned and climbed back into bed. Saturday, cross-legged, opened her book. Like she hadn't just been standing over me in the dark. Like she hadn't just said something that made my skin crawl. I lay there, frozen. I wanted to believe it was sleepwalking. I wanted to believe she was just weird. But I didn't. I couldn't. Because as I lay there, wide awake, I heard something else. A whisper. Soft, faint, almost like a giggle. Not from Lena's bed. From the corner of the room. From the darkness. I squeezed my eyes shut. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. And I knew deep down I had to get out of this room before it was too late. I woke up exhausted. Not physically, but mentally. That kind of exhaustion where your body isn't the problem, your mind is. The kind that sits in the back of your skull, weighing down every thought, making everything feel slightly off. I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes. Lena was already awake. Of course she was. She was at her desk, sitting perfectly straight, fingers resting on an open book. She wasn't reading, though. She was just staring at the pages. I swallowed, my mouth dry. "Morning," I muttered. She didn't look up right away, just sat there, motionless. Then, like someone flipping a switch, she turned her head toward me, smiling. "Good morning." Her voice was too soft. I forced myself to act normal, reaching for my phone. 7:42 a.m. I had class in an hour. Lena still hadn't blinked. I swung my legs over the bed and stood up. I could feel her eyes following me, but I didn't look at her. "Did you sleep okay?" she asked. My stomach clenched. I forced a laugh. "Yeah, great." I grabbed my towel and headed for the door. The whole time, I felt like she was watching me go. I showered for longer than usual. I let the hot water run over my face, trying to scrub the night away, trying to forget the way Lena had stood over my bed, trying to forget what she had said. "I wanted to see what you look like when you sleep." A shiver ran through me. I took a deep breath, gripping the sink. I needed to talk to someone. After class, I found Maggie. We had met during orientation, and even though we weren't that close, she was the only person I trusted right now. I pulled her aside, glancing over my shoulder. Lena wasn't nearby. "I need to tell you something," I said quietly. Maggie raised an eyebrow. "What's up?" I hesitated. It sounded ridiculous in my head, but I couldn't keep this to myself anymore. "My roommate," I started. She doesn't sleep." Maggie gave a short laugh. "Oh man, one of those?" "No, Maggie." I looked at her, my stomach twisting. I have never not once seen her sleep. She just sits there, reading, watching. She doesn't even move." Maggie frowned. I swallowed, and last night I hesitated. The words felt heavy. I woke up, and she was standing over me. Maggie's expression changed. "She was just staring," I continued. "Didn't say anything for a while, just watching me. Then my throat closed up. Then she said she wanted to see what I looked like when I slept." Maggie's face scrunched in disgust. "Dude, that's what the hell." "I don't know," I whispered. "I don't know what to do." Maggie shook her head. "You need to report her." "To who? Housing?" "Yeah, this isn't normal, dude. What if she's, mentally unstable?" I swallowed hard. I had thought about that. But there was something else about Lena, something that didn't make sense, something that went beyond mental illness. Maggie must have seen it on my face. She put a hand on my arm. "Look, if you don't feel safe, you have to tell someone. You can crash in my dorm if you need to." I nodded. "Thanks." But deep down I knew. I had to go back. At least one more night. That night, I stayed up as late as I could. I sat at my desk, headphones on, pretending to study. Lena sat across from me, flipping through a book. She was too still. Every so often I glanced at her. Her eyes moved back and forth across the page, but her breathing never changed. It was subtle, but I noticed. She didn't take deep breaths, didn't sigh, didn't fidget. I felt my skin crawl. "What are you?" I turned back to my laptop, heart pounding. I had to try something. Something small. Something that wouldn't make her suspicious. Slowly, I reached out and knocked a pen off my desk. It rolled across the floor, landing right at Lena's feet. She didn't move, didn't look at it, didn't react at all. My stomach twisted. She should have noticed. Anyone would have. I swallowed, reaching down to grab the pen myself. When I sat back up, Lena was looking at me. I sucked in a breath. Her expression was blank, not surprised, not curious, just blank. For a second, neither of us spoke. Then she smiled. That same small smile, and went back to reading. I felt like I was going to throw up. I lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling. I could hear her turning pages. I had never been so aware of another person's presence before. I rolled onto my side, pulling the blanket up to my chin. My body begged for sleep, but I fought it. I just needed to see one thing. Just one moment. I needed to see her get tired. I needed to see her blink too long. Minutes passed, then an hour. And then I woke up. I didn't remember falling asleep, but the second my eyes opened, I knew. Something was wrong. I could feel it. The air was heavy. Still, I rolled over slowly, and my heart stopped. Lena wasn't in her bed. She wasn't at her desk. I knew where she was. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I turned my head. She was standing by the door, facing the wall, completely still. My mouth went dry. My fingers clenched the blanket. I should say something. Ask her what she was doing. But I didn't. I just lay there, watching her. I don't know how long I stayed awake, but eventually my body gave in. I woke up in the morning to my alarm. Lena was sitting at her desk, reading, as if nothing had happened. I showered in silence, got dressed in silence. I barely looked at Lena. I could feel her watching me, but I didn't react. I just grabbed my things and left the dorm. I needed space. I needed air. I needed to figure out what the hell was happening. At lunch, I sat across from Maggie, picking at my food. Maggie leaned in. "Did anything happen last night?" I hesitated. Then I nodded. Maggie's face darkened. "Dude, you need to get out of there." I swallowed hard. I know. But somehow I knew. Lena wasn't going to let me go that easily. I spent the entire day avoiding my dorm. I stayed in the library until my back ached from sitting in the same position for hours. When it closed, I wandered campus, pretending I had somewhere to be. I wasn't hungry, but I bought a sandwich just to waste time eating it. anything to keep from going back to her. The whole time, my phone sat heavy in my pocket. I could go to housing, tell them I didn't feel safe, ask for a room transfer. But what would I even say? My roommate doesn't sleep. That wasn't a crime. It wasn't even against dorm rules. Even if I told them about the staring, the standing, the whispering at night, it wouldn't be enough. Not unless she actually did something. I could hear it now. She's just a little weird. Maybe she has insomnia. Maybe I was just imagining things. But I wasn't. And I knew, no matter how long I stayed out, I'd have to go back eventually. I took a deep breath before unlocking the door. The room was dark. For a split second, I thought she wasn't there, that maybe she had finally gone out. Then I saw her. She was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, hands resting on her lap. Her face was in shadow, but I could see the outline of her eyes open, watching. I swallowed hard and stepped inside. I set my bag down, moving slow, careful. My body felt too aware of everything. How loud my breathing was, how small the room felt. I turned on my desk lamp. A weak yellow glow filled the space. Lena still didn't move. "You were out late," she said softly. My fingers tensed on the strap of my bag. Yeah. I forced myself to act normal, took out my laptop, plugged in my phone, didn't look at her. She didn't ask where I was. She didn't ask what I was doing. She just sat there. I could feel her staring. I almost turned to her to say something, anything, but then she moved. Not much. Just her head tilting slightly. Her neck bending at an angle that wasn't natural. My stomach twisted. I forced my gaze back to my laptop. My hands were cold, fingers stiff. I couldn't be here anymore. Tomorrow, I'd talk to housing. Tomorrow, I'd be gone. I lay in bed with my back turned to her, forcing myself to breathe slow. I knew she was awake. I knew she was still sitting there. I kept my eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. A long, heavy silence stretched between us. Then, a rustle. Not loud, not obvious. Just the sound of fabric shifting. My fingers curled into the blanket. Then, soft and slow, a whisper. I barely heard it over my heartbeat. It wasn't my name. It wasn't words. It was just muttering. Quiet, too quiet. Like she was talking to herself. Or to something else. I squeezed my eyes shut. If I opened them, I'd see her sitting up. Or standing. Or worse, right beside my bed. I wanted to scream. Wanted to run. But I didn't. I just lay there, listening to whatever she was whispering. I don't know when I finally passed out, but when I woke up, Lena was standing by the closet, facing inside, perfectly still. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I wasn't dreaming. She was awake, and she was waiting for something. I barely got through the next day. I moved like a ghost, floating from class to class, barely hearing what anyone said. I didn't take notes, didn't eat. All I could think about was last night. What had she been whispering? What was she waiting for? I sat across from Maggie at lunch, barely touching my food. Maggie frowned. "Dude, you look like hell." I swallowed. "I need to get out of that room." "Did you tell housing yet?" I shook my head. She huffed. "Jesus, Ethan. What if she's dangerous?" That's what I was afraid of. But I didn't know how to prove it. I pushed my tray away. "I'll go after class." Maggie nodded. "Good. Do not sleep there tonight." Housing told me there were no available rooms. The girl at the desk didn't even look concerned. I stood there, my pulse hammering. "You don't understand. I can't stay there." She sighed. "Look, I can put you on the wait list, but we don't have an open bed right now." I gritted my teeth. "So I just have to deal with it." She gave me a sympathetic look that didn't reach her eyes. "We can schedule a meeting with both of you if there's a conflict." I laughed, actually laughed. A meeting, like this was a normal roommate problem. Like she just left dishes in the sink too long. "Forget it," I muttered, turning away. I walked out into the cold, the reality sinking in. I had to stay one more night. I texted Maggie. "Housing won't move me. I have to stay one more night." She texted back immediately. "Number sleep in my room. Your roommate won't let me." "Fuck her, sleep on the floor. I'm not letting you stay there. Asterisk, asterisk." I hesitated. I wanted to say yes, but I had to go back one last time. I had to know. I had to see what she did when she thought I was asleep. That night I set up my phone on my desk, propped up just enough to get a perfect view of Lena's bed. I hit record. Then I turned off the light. I lay down. I kept my breathing even. And I waited. The room was silent. I could hear the rustle of her pages turning. I kept my eyes shut. I didn't move. Then, a sound. So soft I almost missed it. Like bare feet touching the floor. I held my breath. Then, closer. Another soft step. The floor creaked. She was walking, coming toward me. My heart pounded. Then, nothing. I couldn't take it. I opened my eyes. Lena was standing over me. I didn't move. Didn't even breathe. She was so close. Too close. Then, finally, she spoke. A whisper. "You shouldn't have done that." I didn't sleep the night after I recorded Lena. I sat in the cafe, my coffee cold, my body running on nerves alone. The footage kept replaying in my head. The way she had leaned over me. The way she had just stood there, mouth open, not speaking, not blinking. And worst of all, the way she looked directly into the camera, smiled, and let me keep the recording. She wanted me to see it. I needed to get out. I spent the day packing my things. I told housing I needed to transfer immediately. When they said there were no open beds, I snapped. I don't care. I'll sleep in my car. I'll drop out. But I'm not staying in that room another night. The desperation in my voice must have done something, because the girl at the desk finally sighed and checked the system again. She found a single open spot in another dorm across campus. I didn't ask questions. I took it. I grabbed my stuff and left. Lena wasn't in the room when I moved out. Her bed was perfectly made. The closet door was slightly ajar, but I didn't dare look inside. I told myself not to think about the black book she had left on my bed. I walked out without touching it, without looking back. Maggie let me crash in her room for a few nights before I settled into my new place. I didn't tell anyone the full story. Not even Maggie. She asked once, "Did Lena say anything when you left?" I hesitated, then shook my head. She wasn't there. Maggie exhaled, running a hand through her hair. That's probably for the best. I nodded, forcing myself to agree. But part of me wondered if Lena had known. If she had let me leave. A week later, I got a text from a random number. I hesitated before opening it. "Lena, you left some things in the room. Want me to bring them to you?" I felt something cold crawl down my spine. I hadn't left anything behind. I was sure of it. I didn't respond. A few minutes later, she sent another text. "Lena, are you sure you don't want to come get them?" My stomach twisted. She knew. She was messing with me. I blocked the number. But even after that, I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't done with me. 2 weeks later, I was walking to class when I saw her. She was standing outside my old dorm building. Just standing there. Not talking to anyone. Not looking at her phone. Just standing. And she was watching me. My breath caught in my throat. For a second, I considered turning and walking the other way, pretending I hadn't seen her. But something in me snapped. I had spent weeks being afraid of her. I wasn't going to run. I walked straight up to her. She didn't blink, didn't react at all. She just smiled. That same small, unnerving smile. I clenched my fists. "What do you want?" Lena tilted her head. Then she finally spoke. "I liked being your roommate." My stomach twisted. I forced my voice to stay even. "You're not normal, Lena." Her smile widened, and for the first time she laughed. A soft, breathless laugh. "Normal?" she repeated. "What's that?" The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was deeply wrong with her. I don't know if it was mental illness or something worse, but I knew I never wanted to see her again. I took a step back. "Stay away from me," I said, my voice cold. She didn't move, didn't react. She just smiled, watching me walk away. I never saw her again after that. For the rest of the semester, I avoided my old dorm building. I still don't know what was wrong with her. I don't know if she ever slept, if she ever blinked for too long. But I do know this. A few months later, I heard a rumor. Someone in my old dorm requested an emergency transfer. Same reason as me. They said their roommate never slept. I don't know where Lena is now. Maybe she found someone else to watch. Someone else to stand over in the middle of the night. Someone who won't be smart enough to leave. I just hope, wherever she is, she finally closed her eyes. Even if it was just once.